I call the June 24th, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting to order. May we start with a roll call?
Caleb R.W. Lux.
Here.
Peggy Marker.
Here.
Kyle Waters.
Here.
Gabriel Jaroslavsky.
Here.
Kristen Kellogg.
Here.
James Murphy.
Here.
And Gerald Buxbaum.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Jeffrey Sheldon is not present.
Thank you. Does city staff have any changes to tonight's agenda?
No.
Do any board members have any changes to tonight's agenda?
No.
May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move the board to approve tonight's agenda.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Are there any changes to the minutes from May 28, 2025?
No.
Seeing none, may we have a motion to approve?
I move to approve last
second.
month's agenda.
Seconded.
And we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
May we have the report of the Historic Preservation Planner?
Good afternoon, board members. Ana Maria Aponte, Assistant Development Services Director for the record. I have an announcement this afternoon. We have successfully hired a new city historic preservation planner. Her name is Cynthia Ammerman, and she will start in September. So we are looking forward to her arrival. She is an architectural historian with vast experience in documentation, preservation, planning, and advocacy since 2005. She has served public sector clients as a technical advisor, strategist, and compliance report author for various transportation departments, the National Park Service, the Department of Defense, Veteran Affairs, and FEMA. We're really looking forward to have her as part of our team. We'll have to wait a little bit longer, but looking forward for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe congratulations are in order for you as well for your new position as director, correct?
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The city and we are lucky to have you.
Thank you very much.
Now it's time for remarks by the chairperson. The matters before us are quasi-judicial in nature. That means that we make our decision based on competent, substantial evidence that comes before us. We ask that you keep this in mind when making your comments. How this works is that the applicant will make a presentation up to 10 minutes or 15 minutes if there is demolition. Afterwards, staff will make a presentation. After staff, we will open it up to public comment. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The applicant may have a short rebuttal after the public speaks. To lead into this, we as board members need to disclose whether we have discussed the cases before us with anyone prior to tonight's meeting. Gerald, will you start us off, please?
Excuse me?
Will you start us off with the ex parte?
Yes, of course. As to the matter before the Historic Preservation Committee for the agenda of June 24th, 2025, I have not had ex parte communications, received written communications, conducted an investigation, made a site visit, nor received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on this evening's agenda, I, Jeff Sheldon, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, nor have I received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As for all matters on tonight's June 24th, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting, I, James Murphy, have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter 25-34 and 25-35, I have a conflict of interest and will be stepping away while those are being voted upon. As to the rest of the matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kristen Kellogg, have discussed all items with city staff and can make my decision based on the evidence presented this evening. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters in tonight's agenda, I, Gabe Jaroslavsky, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
And as to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kyle Waters, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications, nor have I made a site visit. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. Thank you.
As to matters on tonight's agenda, I, Peg Marker, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, nor have I received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to the matter of agenda item 2530, 2916 Washington Road, IK Blaux have had ex parte communications, written and verbal, with staff, but I can make my decisions based on evidence presented. As to all other items on tonight's agenda, I have not had ex parte communications, I have not received written communications, I have not conducted an investigation, I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. Now, if you are here to speak tonight on any of the cases on the agenda, if you will please stand and raise your right hand for the swearing in of speakers.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we move to consent cases. We have 2 consent cases in tonight's agenda. Can I have a motion to approve, please?
I motion to approve both consent cases, file 2534 and 2535.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone oppose? No? Case is approved. So if you are here for cases 25-34 and 25-35, your projects were approved. Thank you.
Now we will move on to continued cases. May we have the applicant for case 2525, 110 Greenwood Drive, please.
Just use the up and down arrows. All right, where's it down? Good afternoon. My name's Jim Payne, here representing Sean and Tom Coonahan. Tom Coonahan is here with me, behind me. How come this isn't going full screen? Hold on. Oh, it's a percentage. That's a percentage. All right, I think that's a lot. First, I just wanted to bring up the site plan. You've seen this before. The scope of the work is
a small one-bedroom addition on the northwest corner of the structure, right there. Yeah. And a garage, new garage structure with a living unit above. And let me go back to the, strange. I'll just go down the list of the issues that we've discussed previously. I think we've resolved them. The windows, all the windows will remain in their original openings as requested by the board. On the west elevation of the main house, in the new addition that I just pointed out, we've changed the window configuration to a pair of single-hung windows together with sill heights and header heights that match the existing heights of the original openings as requested by staff. We've done away with the two tall, narrow windows. On the east elevation, we've replaced the existing glass block with a new single-hung window in the same location to match the adjacent window opening, and we'll review that during the elevations. And on the same elevation, we're replacing the southeast window with aluminum and glass French door to access the proposed pool, which is in the front yard as part of the consideration tonight, the special use permit. The roof material will be flat white concrete tile as previously suggested during discussions with the board. The roof pitch of the existing house and the accessory structure will match the current 3 and 12 pitch. The ceiling heights in the main house are proposed to be raised from 710 to 96, also discussed on previous presentations. The front entry will remain in the same configuration, only change being a new front door, which will be replaced with a new wood impact 2-panel door in the same location. And the accessory structure has been reduced in exterior wall height and bearing height from 28 to 18.4, over 2 feet, as discussed and requested by staff. And those are the issues that were important last time, so I'll just go through the drawings. First is the site plan. That's the small addition, one-bedroom addition on the northwest corner of the house. This is the two-car garage below with living unit above. The house is on the corner, southwest corner of Greenwood Drive and Washington Road. Wow. Pictures didn't come through, but the streetscape did come through. That's the subject property. There's a much larger one-story house to the south. This is Washington Road, viewing from the east to west. Then on the Greenwood streetscape, gosh, what is going on with this stuff? The Greenwood streetscape, you can see the subject property and the new structure appears to the right. It's been reduced in height by a little more than 2 feet. Those are the adjacent existing houses. Washington Road is there. Keep scrolling down. We have some pictures. A few of them, for some odd reason, and all the transferring around didn't come through. North elevation and right side east elevation, the two most important street-facing elevations do appear there on the right side of the sheet. That's the demolition plan that was requested by the board. It's basically all the interior partitions. The plan is changing, the interior plan is changing quite a bit. And there's the addition is in this corner, which will appear on the, God, what is with this? Well, do you guys have the drawings in your packet? I don't know what's happening with the way this was.
Let me see if I can move it to
Yeah, the way it was uploaded into this machine. We sent everything in.
That's yours probably, right?
Thanks, Anna. Yeah, we can just scroll down through that. We've already been through that. Okay, you've got more of it showing up.
Yeah, I think it's just, it was not. Like that?
Yeah, it's better. All right, well, there are some additional pictures on that sheet that are also shown in the streetscape, the same houses. And this is the front elevation. It's actually a side yard, but it's where the front door is and where it will remain. This is the east elevation. This glass block window, which was obviously not original, is being replaced with a window to match this window, and then a door is going to be installed over here, an aluminum glass French door accessing this patio pool area. Just more pictures. I don't want to take too long. Demolition plan we just talked about. The existing and proposed floor plans, you can see the main difference from the exterior is that we've created an addition here where this wing is, I believe, balanced in a favorable way by the addition. We'll see that in the elevations. This is the roof plan with the flat tile, cement tile, gosh, I keep doing that. Roof, which was probably how the house was originally constructed. It's a ranch-style house from the early 50s. This was the barrel tile that exists now. This is a wall section that shows the existing ceiling, the existing window heights, which we will keep in the same positions, and the new tie beam, which will raise the ceilings by 1 foot 6 inches from 7'10" to 9 foot 6, 18 inches actually, or 20 inches. These are proposed elevations. The north elevation is now virtually identical with the exception of the door in the addition. So the addition has a window similar, slightly smaller than this because this addition could only be this size. But I think there's balance there. And this is the Washington Road elevation with the French door in the southeast corner and 2 matching windows. Then the next sheet is the south elevation, which remains completely unchanged. Let me get both drawings up. The windows, of course, will be new, white CGI Estate Series, single hung windows for the most part. And the west elevation, existing, there was a window there to the family room. Now we've created an addition, but we're installing the same type of window, which matches the windows on the rest of the house in style. And then we have the accessory building, which has 2 wood panel garage doors in the front, 2 matching windows above, identical 3 and 12 pitch. There's the floor plan. This last plan is a landscape plan that addresses the proposed pool, which is the special use permit that's also a part of this request. And if there's any question, I think there's a survey attached at the end here. But that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll have the staff report now.
Good evening. Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner, speaking on behalf of Aaron Borngraber, who was the case manager for cases 2525 and 2525A. This is a COA for ad valorem pre-construction alongside with the Class B special use permit, so those are going to be two separate motions and two different requests in this presentation. First request is as part of the COA, additions and alterations to the contributing primary structure, new construction as well, then accessory structure. And these are, I believe, extracted from last month's presentation on Aaron's behalf. And one of the most crucial things to note was for the proposed west elevation that window has, window configuration rather has changed. All from either our applicant or from last month's presentation. We do have a submittal of a demolition plan. We have accessory structure elevations and the proposed streetscape with proposals, drawings. The recommendation for the first request, the COA, is approval with conditions, which has three conditions to it. Applicant shall provide the project data table. All windows shall be made of aluminum and shall be white. The applicant shall provide information to staff regarding the front door, including photographs if it is determined to be original, and there should be some historic documentation substantiating that. As for the second request is for the Class B special use permit. It includes one waiver request. And we have the provided survey, and the reason for the Class B special use permit is the proposed pool does encroach within this property's side setback. And staff does find that this proposal complies with the general special use standards in section 9436, the specific use standards in that same section, residential district standards, and the additional standards per section 94304 with a waiver requested, and is recommending approval with conditions as well for that second request. And here are the conditions for the COA. No, data table, nope. Yep, these are the conditions of approval for the Class B special use permit. That concludes staff's presentation on behalf of Aaron.
Thank you. Questions of staff or the applicant? Okay.
I have a question, and for the applicant, and thank you for working with us, trying to clarify all this. The only comment that I have is regarding the accessory structure. I would like to see the two windows that are on the front in some way aligned with the doors below or symmetrical in the facade, if that is possible.
Yeah, I'm sure that adjustment could be made if we could make that a condition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there any public comment on this case? All right, seeing none, we'll go into executive session. So just as a matter of housekeeping, a reminder that there's two motions for this, one for the COA and one for the Class B special exception pertaining to the pool.
Yeah, I believe that there is one more because it's a waiver also. So I believe that it's in the package on page 76, I believe.
You guys, are you just seeing what Gabe is asking?
No.
Apologies. Yes.
What is the question?
There is three motions, right? There's one for the project, another one for the waiver, and another one for the exception, Class B?
We had talked about two.
It's two. One for the COA and one for the Class B.
The Class B is the waiver.
Okay.
Yes.
Class B is the waiver.
Okay. And also waiver language is listed in our packets as well
Yeah.
on page 88. Okay, is there any discussion that the board would like to have pertaining to this case before a motion is made?
I think that this is the third month that we are seeing this project. There were a lot of contradictory information in the package. I think that everything is clarified now. The windows are staying where they were supposed to stay. So,
Okay, so it sounds like we're ready for two motions, and we also had, did you want to incorporate the windows into your motion? I think it would be helpful for staff if we could work that into the motion.
okay, so I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 25-25 on 110 Greenwood Drive for ad valorem pre-construction additions and alterations in accordance with standard 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that are moved are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The conditions include the following. First, the applicant shall provide an updated project data table that includes all existing and proposed metrics for the relevant zoning metrics, including but not limited to setbacks and height per section 94-82, 94-85, 94-86, and 94-304 to confirm staff findings for compliance. Second, all windows and doors made of aluminum shall be white. All street-facing glass shall be clear only. All non-street facing glass may be clear or clear with low E. A non-street facing bathroom may have obscure texture glass. Third, the applicant shall provide information to staff regarding the front door, including photographs. If it is determined that to be original, historic, or significant, the existing door shall be retained and repaired. Fourth, the two windows on the second level of the north elevation in the accessory structure must be centered in the facade symmetrically.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board grant the waiver for Historic Preservation Board case number 25-25A as listed in the staff report dated June 24, 2025. This motion is based upon the testimony presented at the hearing along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that all of the applicable criteria in section 94-273A2 of the City of West Palm Beach Zoning and Land Development Regulations have been met.
Second.
I see your question now. So we have a second for that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Gabe, I think we should read it to be safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board grant Historic Preservation Board case number 25-25A, a request by Thomas Cunningham and Sean Cunningham, managers of T&S1 LLC, for a Class B special use permit to allow a swimming pool within the front setback at 110 Greenwood Drive. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the criteria in Article 2, Section 94-36E3 and 4 and 5 have been met. In addition, the granting of this Class B special use permit is made conditional upon the restrictions, stipulations, and of safeguards. First, the open space requirement in single family must be met per Section 94-482A. The lesser of 1,000 square feet or 75% of the front yard area shall be landscaped with living plant materials such as grass, ground cover, shrubs, hedges, vines, or trees. Second, landscaping shall be maintained along the north and east side of the pool, screening the pool area from public view. In the event that the landscape is removed, another form of screening is to be provided, subject to staff approval. Third, the applicant shall ensure that all pool equipment meets applicable setbacks for mechanical equipment. Fourth, the applicant shall ensure that all pool decking meets applicable setbacks for pavement that are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistence with the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach.
Second. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations. Moving on to case number 25-23 for 309 Edgewood Drive. If we could have the applicant, please.
And before we move on, I just want to remind the board, thank you, Gabe, for reading the conditions into the record, but you don't need to do that. You can refer to them, especially if there's a long list, as the conditions in the staff report.
Excellent, thank you. This one?
Okay. One of each? Or
Yeah, there's two sheets.
there's two sheets, so,
They're just, yeah. Yeah, like those two are yours.
each is two sheet, I see what you're saying.
Oh, this is a separate one. There's, this is a record copy. Right.
This is the second one.
Correct. I didn't know that. Good evening. My name is Polly Daughtry of Paradello Burgess Studio. I'm here representing Brianna Lazarin. She's here in the audience tonight at 309 Edgewood Drive, case number 2523. I know there's a few new people tonight, so I'll try to quickly recap and kind of bring it all together. So Ms. Lazarin, she bought the property. She's new to the area. She was excited to be in this neighborhood because this is where she's moving to permanently. It's a cute house. It's an existing 1,305 square foot house. So this was a little bit of information that was presented last month. It's frame vernacular, consistent with other houses in the neighborhood. Photographs of the existing residence. So it's a one-story primary residence, and then it has this accessory shed. And if you read through the staff report, you'll note that it's not considered historic. The shed isn't. So the house is wood frame. It has wood siding, asphalt shingle roof. So existing site plan. proposed site plan. So what we're doing on the interior is we're bringing the dining space and the living space to one side, bedrooms on the opposite side. We've, in reference to what the comments last month, in the plan view, we have taken that back porch and we reduced it down to 328 square feet. Basically, we've brought each side in 4 feet. So that addresses a comment that we had regarding the roof. The roof was a little bit higher in the back than the existing. It brings it down 8 inches below the existing. So it's secondary more to the primary residence. There was another comment about the roof on the accessory building, that it was too complicated for the rear structure. So that has been simplified as well. There was also comments regarding the windows, which we'll go through when we go through the packet. Site information, existing floor plan, demolition plan. We can go back through all this if you have any questions. Demo elevations, and then the proposed floor plan. So again, same thing. A couple things on this. Ms. Lazarin is quickly finding out how hot Florida is, and so that the Florida room, we are proposing fixed glass windows. We want to maintain the look of the front porch. I know some of you are new this month that weren't on the meeting last month. There has been previous applications by a different owner and a different architect that showed things like single hung windows on the front porch. It didn't go with the character of the house, which all of those were denied. So what we're trying to do is maintain that character and make it a usable space, because it is a very small house. This is the proposed and the existing roof plan. You can see that we've pulled in that front porch on the rear, and that roof on the accessory dwelling is just a single hip roof. So these are existing and proposed. So on the front porch area, you can see that we're showing the fixed glass windows. And then the casement to the right, we're not changing it, we are replacing it. All the windows that are existing on the house had been replaced. They are all impact. So we're just replacing it with something with a little bit more detail, because the windows are more like flat stock muttons, something that's more characteristic. This is the side elevation. So from the left at the front porch, we're adding that fixed glass at the porch. We're adding a French door with the muttons. On the front, as we go from left to right, that front room is a bedroom, and we've shifted over the window and added a new one. And the idea up there is to make it usable as a bedroom. As we go to the right, we've kept the center window. We've reduced the size of the next one into a smaller awning, and then the last one we've kept. We were taking into consideration your comments and trying to keep as many windows as possible, but still maintain functionality. And then there is a comment, recommendation for this meeting. On the accessory building, there's a comment about door 110, and that's those double doors. Those are solid doors that go into a storage space, and there's a comment that we need to work with staff on that, which we're happy to do. This is the rear elevation. So compared to the top, we've shifted over the same size opening, removed the small window in the existing bathroom, and then the windows on the right and the door were not original to the house, so we're replacing those with French doors. And those were also a comment from last month, was to take all the sliders off and put French doors. This is the side from the west. So going from left to right, we have the accessory building, and then we've added 2 casements in the dining space. We removed a sliding window that was in the kitchen, and then we've kept the windows that are in the living room as they are, and then fixed glass at the front porch. This is the accessory building. So again, that roof has been simplified, and we've replaced the slider that was on the left with French doors, and then the slider that was on the right with French doors and side lights. Street elevations, window and door elevations. This is the perspective. These are the conditions that were on this staff report. One was regarding the windows at the front porch being clear, which we're good with that. The having wood or cypress as repairs, which is fine. There's really not a lot to repair. The house is in relatively good condition, so this is fine. Door 10 is the one I mentioned that's on the accessory building, which we're happy to work with staff on that. There is a skylight proposed over the kitchen, which again, we're good with this condition, it not being domed. And then we're also good with making sure the mechanical equipment meets setback requirements. And that's what I have. So thank you for your time, and let me know if you have questions.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
The applicant went over all the details for the changes, so I'm not going to go over that. I'm going to go straight to the comments. To the issues, the most important issues for discussion. I mean, the last month there were some discussions about the porch. So staff look at the historic preservation guidelines that we have on the books right now and found some reference to enclosure of porches. Specifically, it talks about open porches, and it says if a porch must be enclosed, the enclosure should not obscure the important features of the porch and should be as unobtrusive as possible. And talks about maintain the visual openness of the porch as a recommendation. So I know there were some discussions about it. Staff believes like the proposal that the applicant is doing keeps up with these conditional recommendation, as this closes already has substantial elements that looks like enclosed, so they are just basically filling that with a solid, like a full pane of glass, so it looks like maintaining the integrity. So I just wanted to mention that language in there. Based on that and the proposed changes, staff believes the changes that the applicant has presented addresses the concerns expressed by the board last month, and we recommend approval with conditions based on the finding that the petition does meet the required Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and additional criteria for rehabilitation. We have included some conditions. The first condition, and by the way, I'm presenting this case on behalf of Aaron Borngraver. The first condition has an alternative condition in case the board decides to not approve the enclosure of the porch. And then we have some conditions that the applicant has already stated that they are in agreement. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board for staff or the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move into the public comment portion. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on this case? Okay. Seeing none, I will, just as a matter of record, we received 2 letters of support from 319 Edgewood Drive and 2737 Almeria Road. Okay. Polly, do you need a rebuttal to the staff report, or can we move into executive session? Okay. We'll move into executive session.
I can start.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the managed revision that are no longer changing. I think the previous version, they were changing every window opening and location. So I really appreciate that. I also appreciate removing the kind of the incompatible sliders and incorporating the swing doors. And I'm supportive of the porch enclosure.
Yeah, I agree. I think that thank you for Polly for working with us, and now it's much improved.
I'm in agreement.
Ditto.
Okay. And I wasn't here for the last meeting, so I will defer to those who were. It sounds like we're ready for a motion.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 25-23 in 309 Edgewood Drive for ad valorem pre-construction addition and alterations in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, and the additional compatibility criteria set forth in Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The conditions are listed in the staff package, and number 1 is approved as condition number 1A that approves the porch enclosure.
We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations, your case is approved. Moving now to case number 25-30 for 2916 Washington Road. We'll have the applicant presentation.
They're good.
Hello, my name is Davis Tamperin from YRA Design. I am the architect for this project. We have designed a new residence located at 2916 Washington Road in the Prospect Southland Park Historical District. We are proposing the demolition of a single-story, non-contributing residence with an attached garage and proposing the construction of a two-story Mediterranean Revival-style residence with a detached two-car garage with a connecting breezeway. There will be an outdoor living area at the rear of the residence. From the last presentation, we redesigned the residence, listening to the comments and suggestions from the board and staff. The size and mass of the house is consistent with the new homes on the east side of Washington Road and the larger existing homes on the west side of Washington Road. We also lowered the height of the house from the previous submittal. The second floor plan has been simplified and additional windows have been added as requested. The floor plans have been redesigned, providing symmetry to the front elevation. The detached garage is connected with a breezeway. We have also added a detached trellised landscape feature at the front of the home. The home is located on the east side of Washington Road. The new residence has been positioned in the center of the 22,139 square foot waterfront lot. Architectural features found in the district have been incorporated into the design of the new residence. Those are the precast stone surround at the covered entry and a precast stone molding like that of 280 81 Washington Road, the trellis-like 2914 Washington Road, the roof tile-like 3027 Washington Road, the window mutton pattern like 3211 Vincent and 2914 Washington Roads, and the window sills and railings like the homes on the Villa Road. Shutters shall be sized to cover the entire window opening and fold back where required. The precast stone will have a sand finish. All these elements create a unique and intimate cohesive design. The home will be finished with a smooth float stucco finish. The color palette for the home is a light cream color with white accents to complement the adjacent homes. Green shutters will flank the windows. The windows at the front of the house will have clear glass. The roof will be a two-piece Mission Bermuda tile roof. The streetscape shows that our proposed house is proportionate to the traditional style homes on the right and left side of the residence. The roof plan shows the single and two-story portion of the home having a 5 and 12 pitch. The streetscape shows both sides of the street with the existing house shown. It shows a diversity of styles from the several non-contributing style homes to several Mediterranean traditional style homes, including a recently approved contemporary style home located at 3030 Washington Road. I'm glad to have had the opportunity to submit this resident for your review and comments. Thank you.
The applicant already presented the proposed changes, so I'm not going to go over that again. I'm just going to go straight to staff recommendation. One of staff recommendations is regarding the trellis that they are proposing on the front. So staff is proposing that these trellis with the columns and the knee wall are removed to provide more consistency for the front of the house. Based on the changes, staff believes the project complies with the Secretary of Interior standards and is more consistent with the style selected. Staff recommends approval for the demolition of the house, as we do not consider any of the conditions exist to deny demolition. And staff also recommends approval of with conditions of the proposed new construction, with the consideration of the recommendations of conditions of approval. As I say, the main condition is the removal of the trellis on the front. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the board?
So is the applicant in agreement with the conditions?
I had one question with regards to the trellis. I was told that the committee could not comment on landscaping, landscape structures, or hardscaping, and I considered this being that it was a detached trellis system.
Landscape is not in our purview, but the rest it is, including hardscape.
Hardscape is, yes.
Okay. And in that case, yes, we would remove the trellis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question for both, and for staff or the applicant. Is S-tile what's being proposed? Because I saw that as some of the precedent images.
It's a two-piece barrel tile.
A true barrel tile?
Yes.
Okay. And while you're up here, I have another question for you. Could you pull up the precedent images?
The precedents, like
it's A9. I think it's
Yeah, it's that one.
further. It's all the way at the
Oh, it was number 15.
15.
This one?
Yes, thank you. So my question is if any of these images are from contributing structures within the district?
From what I understand, the one from 3027 was recommended that we use something similar to that. Also the Avila Road, I believe, is a contributing structure as well.
Avila is not in the historic district.
Oh, then my mistake.
So
These are all the
maybe
surroundings.
maybe the roof tile is?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Do you have a comparison on your presentation from last month and this month?
I did not bring that, no.
But I have the images of the previous month. Sorry. Yeah, this is the front elevation presented at the May meeting.
Thank you.
Anna Marie, can you jump to the rear elevation
From last month or this month?
from last month, please?
This one.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions from the board, is there any staff comment for this case? All right. Seeing none, we'll move into executive session.
Well, I'd like to say this is a clear improvement from the last. I find a little disappointing that we don't have any contributing precedent to review from the last hearing, because that was something that we did ask for. I thought that would help the case. The style has improved, so at least now I feel like there's something we can work with, whereas the previous application wasn't clear if there was a direction on how to improve it, apart from some general massings. So I guess now we have like a Mediterranean Spanish style, and there's some editorial comments I would make regarding the expression of some of these things on here, but it's headed in the right direction. But again, I think it's really important that when we're doing new construction, we reference historical precedent, and then not only locally, but anywhere. Because I feel like a lot of this is we're copying things that were copies of copies of copies, and then the expression of details gets diluted.
Caleb, could you elaborate on the specific comments?
So the main thing, because like the main thing, I think like the cornice eave is one thing that the scale is a little over large. The example reference from the non-contributing structure is not a good one for a number of reasons. But if this was Mediterranean, an eave this big would most likely have outlookers or rafter tails. If it had a cornice, the overhang would be much less. and I think the expression of the moldings would be a little bit different. So like some of these are the relations of cove to ovalo to cyma. It's not really what would have been done historically. It's sort of more of just, off the shelf kind of profiles that fabricators have. And so that's like a detail that I would definitely pull from historic precedent. Like for example, I think that house that's nearby, the pink house, 200 Argyle, that has, the cornice isn't so big, but it's in keeping. It doesn't have it doesn't have a big overhang. Actually, no rafter tails. It's actually one of the few houses in the Mediterranean style that doesn't have rafter tails. So if we wanted to go with a cornice, I think we would have to reduce the overhang, play with the scale, and play with the articulation. I think there's other things about how the massing clicks together, but actually on the whole, it looks okay. I might want to see some differentiation, like to see some differentiation from the upper cornice to the lower cornice, and maybe some differentiation on the heights. I know you reduced the overall height, but those two, at least on the street elevation that's up on the screen, maybe the main roof is a different height. Maybe a step above or step below. A lot of Mediterranean-style homes don't have re-entrant corners on a continuous corner. There's examples, but a lot of times there's no re-entrant corners on a continuous cornice. So sometimes there's differentiation there. Those are the main things that stick out to me. But again, I think now that this is like we have a clear partie of what this wants to be, I think then this is something that can feel like it's in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I can continue. I think that the changing of the roof line alone is kind of like an A+ move. It's a pretty big house. There's big rooms and the details that we do have are big. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I do agree with staff's recommendation for the elimination of that front detached car pergola. It just was really kind of foreign. There's some trouble on the side elevations, but at this point I'm mostly concerned with the rear elevation, surprisingly. I guess you expanded a lot more of a second floor terrace, which I don't blame you. But the ground floor has this very awkward geometry, and even the spacing choices are wrong. The use of the nano walls are wrong. I almost prefer you go back to the sliders. But I agree with my colleague that it is definitely improved from last month. So you definitely did a lot of work, and I appreciate that. I think just the rear elevation can be refined better, since it is primary waterfront facing. I'm sorry, one more thing. And like that one terrace is immense in the back, and I think you realized how big it got because you had to add another column in the middle of the view corridor in the middle of the view for the nanowall system where the kitchenette is. It's big, like everything else.
agree with my colleagues. I would also say that the detail of the shutter doesn't seem to match like the certain formality of some items, like the cornice detail, although I do agree that it would make a lot of sense to go to an outlooker detail instead. But the condition of the shutters needing to be sized as if they were operable, I think runs into some issues with the design the way that it is, because once you make them the size they're supposed to be, they don't actually fit anymore. So I think there's some resizing of the fenestration that has to happen in order for those shutters to actually be sized appropriately, as staff recommends, and we consistently adhere to as well on the board. I would also look at like the height of the water table. I think part of having the water table is to try to mask some of the scale of the first floor, but it doesn't feel like it's placed appropriately when we take into consideration historic precedents. That is why I asked which of the images were historic precedents, because I did see that was a comment from last time that it was requested, and we do not have that as part of what was presented to us today. I feel like a lot of projects actually have too many different types of fenestration, but I think that this project would benefit from a little bit of differentiation in terms of the fenestration, because we have a lot of sameness in terms of the fenestration. I think for this particular style, historically, you would have seen a little bit more play with that. Any other comments from the board? Okay. Do we feel like this is something that needs to come back to the board or that can be approved with conditions? So we can run through kind of the big items, right? Caleb, I'll start with some of your comments about relate the scaling of the cornice details and a hierarchy, but I do think that the outlookers would help soften it and give it more historic precedent, and having a study of that historic precedent. We talked about, there was a lot on the rear elevation specifically. Okay. So it sounds like we're headed towards a continuance for the case. We try to give some really specific direction in terms of what we would like to see altered. And I would just like to reiterate the precedent of the historic images. So within the specific historic district that you're in, we want to see precedent images that are from contributing structures and not new construction that help support what you're looking to do here.
Yeah, I mean, that one on Argyle Road is like a perfect example to start with. Because there's a lot of mix in there, but that is simple. And there's even one of the best houses in the whole neighborhood is right across the street. I think there's a lot to be. This is a great opportunity to be in the likes of those houses.
It's a neighborhood rich in architectural heritage.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay, may we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue the matter for 1 month to the July 22nd, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We'll see you next month. Thank you. Case number 25-29 for 737 Upland Road. We're ready for the applicant presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Gonzalez. I'm here to represent Milena Paroni and Jose Oviedo. I'm the designer, the architect for it. What we're trying to do with this one is we want to present an addition and an interior renovation for a property. This is the house. We're going to do the addition in the rear. It's going to be a two-story addition. On the second floor, it's going to be an extension of the master bedroom with two closets. We want to have a balcony there, trying to match adjacent properties with a flat roof on it. Has the property on the side has a flat roof similar to this one. We would like to change the windows, and we're proposing to modify the openings on the bottom portion of the house where the kitchen is located to have a little bit wider angle to the outside of the rear patio. We are keeping the entire front of the house. We're not making any changes to it except the windows. We're updating them, trying to put them on impact, following the staff recommendations. We try to use the casements. They recommend to use sash windows with mullions on it, so we're going to make that change under that condition. Besides that, this is the rear of the house. That's what we're proposing to do. The balcony with the doors matching, symmetrical to it. The existing portion of this house only has one window, and they are not symmetrical on that side of the facade. So we're trying to kind of match it and make it a little bit more balanced on that sense. This is the portion where the, These are the pictures of the existing house. This is the area where it's going to be demo and added the new location, the new addition. This is the demolition plan. This is the doors that are going to be existing there that we're going to remove to be able to add the first floor Florida room addition there. These are the windows and the types. We're trying to match and try to keep the same openings with the same locations, trying to minimize the damage or any changes to the existing structure or existing look of the house. We're keeping all the elements that are traditional to the house, like the columns, and we're not touching it. We're trying to keep everything there. We're just in the front portion of it, we're just removing and replacing the windows in the same location. Staff recommended to keep the front door and the left side window to maintain the existing look of the house, because to replace that door is going to be like kind of difficult to find something matching to it. So it's a wood door. We're just going to keep it there. We're not going to make any changes to it. This is the left side. On this portion right here, we're going to be doing the addition, matching the existing windows, casement windows that are there. On the second floor, they have two doors there that are coming to a roof structure that is not really a balcony. It's just a roof there. So we're just going to remove those doors and put some windows there, just to try to keep it there, because it's not really as a balcony structure for it. So if you look at the top here, you can see the existing windows and door on the kitchen area that have they're not really balanced. It's like they are just popping there and not really symmetrical and balanced to the actual house. So this is what we're proposing, to modify the openings on that section to be able to keep it a little bit more balanced and make more sense of the house on the rear portion of it. And the same thing, I mean, we're not changing anything. We're just trying to keep the same structure, the same balance, just changing the windows and putting the same location. That's basically what we're doing. This is a proposed landscape. It seems like we have exceed by 157 square feet the FAR, and we were told that if we provide a sufficient, significant improvement on the landscape, we might be able to get into that area where we will be allowed to have those additional 157 square feet on the property. I think that concludes my presentation. This is basically a render of what we would like to do. That render might be a little bit up to date since we made the recent changes last week and the render people were not able to have it ready for this meeting, but we will certainly put the updated render there if it's necessary. I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This property is located at 737 Upland within the Flamingo Park Historic District, and the site includes a two-story contributing single-family built in 1930 in the Mediterranean revival style of architecture. The applicant already showed some of the pictures. I just wanted to highlight some of the important features of these properties. Also to mention there is an existing contributing structure, garage structure on the back of the property, but the applicant is not proposing any work on it. Distinguishing features for this house include the arch porch on the front with the Solomonic columns, the French doors, and the arch windows on the second floor that gives a very special appearance. The house, as it's shown in here on the designation map, it's contributing and is surrounded by contributing structures. So from this block, only one structure, two structures are non-contributing from this on Upland Road. So it's very significant context. The request, as it was mentioned already, what they are requesting, so I'm not going to go over that. Staff has reviewed the proposed addition and finds that the proposal generally complies with the Secretary of Interior standards. I have highlighted the scope of the addition is located on the rear of the structure. It's not touching the roof, so it's just attaching it with a flat roof, and it's below the roof level. So we think it's appropriate for the structure. In terms of the mass and the scale and the design of it. The structure complies, the addition complies with the zoning and land development regulations, except for the maximum FAR that is permitted. As the applicant mentioned, as proposed, it has 157 square feet more than the permitted. However, staff identified this late in the process, only last week after the applicant resubmitted the information with all the data for the square footage. So considering that, we suggested the applicant that they could request an exception that is granted by the board for the floor area ratio, and the board is authorized to grant through the special exceptions up to a 0.4 increase in the FAR. The request is less than that, but they will have to basically submit a landscape plan that demonstrates an increase in the plant material that is typically found in a single-family residential. So the applicant submitted that to staff yesterday or this morning. So we have included, even with the staff report, some condition that basically if the board is amenable to grant that exception, staff will work with the applicant to ensure that they increase the proposed plant material by more than 25% of what is minimum required for this type of a structure. And that will allow the applicant to have the additional 157 square feet that they are proposing. So in general, we believe the addition itself is appropriate. We have some concerns with the proposed change on the windows. They are proposing to change all the existing sash windows for casements. There are some casement windows in the structure, like in this, I think this was probably a sunroom or some sort. So they have casement windows, so they are appropriate to be changed as casement. And they propose as part of the addition to be casement to match those ones. I think those are appropriate. And they are also proposing some fixed windows on the upper level to replace the existing doors that go to that roof area. That is not really a terrace. However, the other windows that are sash windows, the staff does not consider it's appropriate to replace those for fixed or casement, and is recommending that they maintain the sash window configuration as exists on a 6/1 light design. There's one additional recommendation for the mullion at the second floor window. They are converting these into, I think it's a bedroom, and they're adding another window. Staff is recommending that the mullion that is proposed between that pair be reduced. It seems to be too wide for the style of the window. Based on that analysis, staff recommending approval with conditions based on the finding that the petition does meet the required Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation in Section 9449C3 and the additional criteria in Section 9449C4 of the zoning and land development regulations. Staff has recommended a series of conditions. The most important are the tile proposed on the addition. There's a small portion that has tile. It's recommended to match the existing. There was some discrepancy on the drawings. We think the house has S-tile and not bar tile, so it needs to match that. And the mullion comment that I already mentioned, the sash windows is one of the most important conditions. We are recommending again to maintain the sash windows. The applicant has suggested that they are going to keep the existing main door and the existing window on the side of the main door intact, so we are including those ones as part of the conditions. And, we included the condition for the approval of the landscape plan to allow them to increase the FAR to 157. And one that I didn't mention is the existing decorative medallion on the rear elevation, and we're recommending that to be removed and relocated. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board for staff or the applicant?
Can you clarify what the stucco finish is? Like the original existing one looks like there's a texture and a pattern to it, but it seems like maybe that's gone now.
They are, as far as we understand, they are not touching the existing stucco.
So the finish will maintain?
Yes. Yeah, they haven't mentioned the applicant. Yeah, they are not touching the existing stucco, but the addition will have smooth stucco, I believe. Yeah.
Sorry, the existing stucco, we're going to keep it and we're going to match it to the best intent to keep the same look on the house all throughout. We're not going to alter anything like that. We're just going to keep it the same essence of the stucco and the presence of the house. We might just change the color from that creamy yellowish to a white, something a little bit nicer than white. I think that will enhance the look of the house.
I'm sorry, I have a question for you, sir. On the ground floor plan for your proposed sunroom, it looks like you go out of your way to engage the new addition with the sunroom, which elicits an awkward space. First of all, it results in you blocking a window, which is, I think, original, and doesn't have any second floor impact. So I'm kind of wanting that addition to align with the existing living room wall and not engage with the sloped roof that we see from the exterior rear elevation, which will preserve one of the character-defining windows of the sunroom.
That's correct. We actually evaluated that option, but we didn't want to have a flat wall, a two-story flat wall all throughout. So we wanted to give a little bit more of a essence to match the house roof, and that's why we pop it up a little bit and put that roof in there to try to keep the essence of it, not just have a flat wall all the way two-story.
I think I would prefer to see it as the two-story wall without the little indented hip roof. Just my preference. I can talk amongst my colleagues. You really see it on the rear elevation. Yep, right there. And if you look at the existing, you see the blocking of that window. And hopefully you're not messing with that scalloped railing detail.
No, that should stay. We can keep it, definitely we can keep it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. So they're getting an FAR bonus. Yes. Is the condition about additional landscaping just a recommendation, or is that something that's been put in the code?
It's part of the code. Basically, it says that the board can grant an exception to increase the FAR up to 0.4, as long as it allows the creation and approval of a landscape plan by the city planning director that demonstrates an increase in plant material typically found on a residential lot that serves to mitigate the impact of the additional square footage.
That last sentence, that's in the code?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Is that, that's separate from the green building?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a different one.
Okay.
I have a question, and let's stay right on this topic as well. There was mentioning about a new pool. Will that pool affect the coverage ratio? And if it does, should we have it resubmitted with the landscape plan to accommodate for that pool?
Well, the landscape requirements are really minimum for a new, a single-family structure is just 1 tree per every 1,000 square feet of open space, which the pool will count as an open space. It's just a matter of where the trees are located, and there are some requirements for bushes. So we put in the requirement that they have to add 25% above what the minimum requirement is. We believe that we can work with them through the building permit process and just ensure that they are providing sufficient landscape 25% above the minimum requirement.
Perfect. And I totally get that. This is just forward thinking. At some point in the process, they'll say, oh, we have a pool. Might as well put that in there with landscaping plan. It'll just help that process.
Landscape.
Anna Maria, could you just pull up the staff recommendations for conditions of approval? I have a question about the proposed mold for 137, 138. I see that that's 8 inches, and then it matches, I think it's the west elevation. It matches the west elevation configurations that also have an existing 8-inch mold that will remain or be replicated. Are you looking to go to the 1 to 2 inch mold condition in the rear to differentiate it?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, that was the idea.
Okay.
But, I mean, if you think the 8, as proposed, it has any reference to an existing, I think that will be good also.
Okay. And then I think this is a question for the applicant, or maybe it's both. So this pertains to the rear elevation as well. That new French doors with the side lights that you're adding, the existing single French door with side lights that look like they're undivided side lights, and the image that's provided, it looks like there's doors beyond it, or like divisions beyond it that actually do have a mutton detail. So the image on the left, I think it's image 15. I think if you kind of zoom in on that, you can actually, the image 13, you can see it. So there's some kind of, I don't know if they're doors or like swinging casement windows.
Those are in the inside. They have like some sort of screen
Uh-huh.
interior that they just open to the, but that's not, it's like a Bermuda shutters on the
Uh-huh.
inside. It's similar to that.
Is that original?
Yeah.
Okay, so based off of that, to me, it reads is that wants to have like a mole configuration that goes along with it, and I think that given that image, there was intent there to have like a mole represented. I would just like to see, sorry, not moles, muttons. I would like to see muttons and the side lights with the French doors.
Following the same pattern of the of the doors. Like,
Of
so
the,
basically
following
two-
the same pattern of the doors. I would also question like the 6 light division. I think it probably needs to be an 8 light division, but I believe that will come clear once you actually put the single hung units in versus the casements. Because I feel like right now they're larger lights because you have the casements in there which yield, yep.
Balance it
So I
out.
think you understand what I'm saying, right? Like once they go back,
Yeah, we
once
can
they
adjust
remain
that.
as single hung, then the door divisions
Yeah,
and
with
light
the
patterns
6
should.
light, we'll adjust it, make sure that it matches with the 8 light so it doesn't look like. out-
Yes, exactly. Any other comments from the board? All right, seeing none, thank you. Is there any public comment on this case? Seeing none, we'll move into executive session. Okay.
I agree as far as like that little additional roof pop out. I think it would be better with just the 2-story.
Yeah, that was something I picked up on.
Do you like the pop-out?
No.
I do not like it. I agree with what you said.
Oh,
And yeah, that was something I picked up on because even on the, because I was trying to make sense of the massing from the, let's see if I can see, from the east elevation. I feel like it's trying to do too much. I think the way to mitigate the big wall feeling is to even just minimally, but step back the wall of the addition from the existing by 2-3 inches, because where the gable comes into the parapet, it's just awkward that it kind of smushes in. And I think apart from the standards asking for differentiation, I just think even if this was a new design, you'd want to make that differentiation. So like 2-3 inches of step, and that flat wall won't be so scary on 2 stories. And I think it'll give it some clarity.
yep, I like it.
Could we review that one small item that I was talking with staff about in regards to the window at the rear that has the 8-inch mole that matches the west elevation? If you would prefer it match the west elevation, or if we would prefer to create a new condition with a 1 to 2-inch mole that differentiates at the rear?
I'm in favor of keeping the mole. I feel like that's something you see a lot. Even if there's nothing adorned on it, I feel like you go around in these styles, and that's literally the mole pocket for the weights. So it's not weird that there's nothing on there. I think it makes sense. It's the only paired window in the house, apart from the arch on the front.
Okay, and then I think if we could also just have a condition about the light division at the French doors and side lights, that they'll be compatible with the rest of the fenestration.
Like specifically to make it 8 or go from 6 to 8, or adding those in?
Yes, that's what I'm after. Okay. Anna Maria, could you just pull up the, the slide that has the staff conditions of approval that are recommended? Perfect, thank you.
It's in 2 pages, so.
We'll just go with the first one. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion in executive session?
I think I'm even looking at the original doors, maybe those French doors are a little bit too wide, but even the original doors are a 10-light division. If you go to a 10-light, they get a bit of a horizontal proportion, but I don't know if you can go I don't know if those doors need to meet egress, those 6-foot wide paired doors, but I'd almost want to try to match the original front doors, at least on the vertical divisions of 5. I mean, I'm only kind of poking a hole in this just because the front and rear door connection are so obvious on that image 13. It's actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's probably one of the most important parts of the whole original house. I think that's one of the, like John Volk used to do details like that where he'd put operable windows behind louvers or screens. And I know the front door has screens on it. So it was clear, like there was a clear connection on that axis, and I don't know, I think it'd be a shame to kind of erase that completely. I think this is one of the coolest conditions I've seen in a house in West Palm. I understand that it's going to go away, but I think it's a really cool door. So I don't know, I'd like to push the 10-light division in the design of whatever goes back. So 10, or let's say 5 vertical divisions. Because the front door is a 15-light, the 2 side lights on the back door are 10 each.
I mean, I'm open to the 5 vertical division, and then I'd like to give the applicant leeway in terms of if it's, that wide, just because it is at the rear of the structure and allowing them that flexibility.
That's fair.
Okay. And I also think it would be smart, just as a matter, again, of record, to keep, Mr. Murphy, you mentioned the scallop kind of barrel detail in the parapet that should remain, because that wasn't clear in the drawings.
Yeah, as well as the sunroom window.
Yeah. And before we have a motion, I would just like to thank the applicant for how well you worked with staff. I mean, clearly you had some back and forth with them about the casement windows and going to single hung and being so open to that, because it really does make a substantial difference to the success of the project.
Is the stucco finish part of the application, or are we just assuming that him saying it matching in part of his presentation will be adhered to?
Saying that we're matching it has been sufficient on past projects.
Okay.
And we have the attorney nodding her head.
Yeah, I think he said it wasn't part of the application, but they planned on matching it.
Okay.
May we have a motion? Caleb is not able to make it.
So who has all the, James, did you write down all the conditions?
Do you know what? This time I did not. Did you?
No.
Kristen did.
I think I got them
You may
all.
have to take the mantle.
Okay, why don't I just review them then, and please add to it. So I think one of the most important ones is sorry, I'm still getting used to the new audio system. The scallop barrel tile detail at the parapet, retaining that, retaining the sunroom window, stepping the rear addition back, keeping the well, I don't know that I think we just need to not have the staff condition number 4, we're striking because we'd like to keep the 8-inch mole. For the rear elevation, we want French doors and side lights that have a 5-light vertical division. So it's not just a 5-light division, it needs to have the horizontal division as well. So it could be 2 and 5 or 3 and 5, it's up to you. We want to allow you that flexibility. What did I forget? Those are the ones I wrote down.
Did you get it?
The staff conditions include the landscape. You're going to say all of those, right?
You can refer to the staff conditions by reference.
Yep, so we
and
can
then
say,
new conditions need to be read, which the chair just reiterated.
Well, to Peggy's point, on the 5 conditions that are on the screen, is the landscape number 6?
There's 10.
Well, I mean,
yeah, there's another screen.
Oh, there's another page.
Yeah,
okay.
there's a second page,
Yeah.
there's 10 conditions.
So I
from
believe
staff.
we're in agreement with all conditions except number 4.
Okay, here we go.
So I believe that we can read it as all staff recommendations with the exception of recommendation number 4.
Correct.
Plus the other ones mentioned.
Did you get the other ones?
Okay, I can make the motion. I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2529 for alterations and additions in accordance with, in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. The conditions include the following. The 10 recommended staff conditions as itemized in the staff memo, with the exception of condition number 4, which shall be removed. The proposed mullion between new casement window 137 and 138 shall be reduced to 1 to 2 inches in maximum width. That shall be reduced. So there'll be 9 staff conditions, and new conditions shall be condition number 10, that the scalloped barrel tile detail within the second floor parapet shall remain, that the sunroom window shall not be removed and shall remain, that the massing of the proposed Florida room shall not engage the existing sunroom, and the 2-story addition shall be recessed from the existing structure a minimum of 2 inches. Along the rear elevation, the French door and side lights shall incorporate a 5-light vertical position.
Great.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, the motion carries. Congratulations, and thank you again. Moving on to new business, case number 25-33 for 110 Westminster Road. We'll have the applicant presentation when you're ready.
Is it this one? Can you see? Yep, that's mine. Hello, good evening. My name is David Gangler from Gangler Architects. I'm the architect of record for the project located at 110 Westminster Road in Prospect Park South. And it's my pleasure to be presenting to you today case number 2533. This property is a single-family home, two-story, wood frame and stucco. It's originally constructed in 1925 in the Spanish Mediterranean Revival style. The home is contributing and is registered on the Historic Preservation Board register. I've been working in this neighborhood for almost 20 years now, and I'd have to say, in my humble opinion, this house is one of the finest examples of the Mediterranean architecture style. This is one of my favorites. And I'd just like to commend the owners, Mark and Casey Kelsey. They've done a tremendous job keeping and maintaining the house through all of these years. And I'm not sure who the original architect of the home was, but I'm sure they will be incredibly pleased and very excited that the home is still there and it's been kept up so well after 100 years. All right. Today we're asking the board for permission to do an addition of a new open-air pergola. It's approximately 10 foot by 14 foot wide and 10 feet tall. Ordinarily, a pergola such as this would be approved at a staff level, but because our project requires a variance, we're before you today. A reason for the variance request is that the property has a very unique site layout, which I'll be showing you shortly. Okay. The project is also a retroactive approval because the owners have already started construction on this without getting the permit first, and they've received a stop work order. We've subsequently applied for the permit. We have the building permit applied for, and we've paid the 4 times fee to have the stop work removed. So with your approval here today, the owners could finish construction that's already nearly completed. This is the survey showing the site location. It's on the corner of Westminster Road and Vincent Road, just off of Washington Road, 1 block in. You can see the layout of the house, and all the houses along Vincent Road are traditionally entered through the front off of Vincent Road. Because of this corner condition, the original architect redesigned the site in a very unique way, and I think a wonderful way, having the entrance in the middle of the site off of Westminster Road, as well as the garage entrance off Westminster Road, kind of creating the front of the house on the long side of the property rather than on the short side. The property is, as it was originally designed, completely non-conforming. The original plot, they gave 65 feet of width to these lots here on Vincent Road, with a 25-foot setback and a 20-yard side setback, which is, standard. The subsequent plat, they reduced it down to 50 feet per lot in width, and they gave 55 to the corner just to, accommodate the extra setback. All of them having that 35-foot rear building line for a garage in the rear of the property. The actual zoning code says the minimum lot in this area, as the code is designed for, is for a 60-foot minimum lot width. The actual width of our lot is just under 51 feet. So it's non-conforming, and we're constrained just in width. The side setbacks and the front setback and the corner setback are all the same as originally plotted. And our front setback is 23 feet, which is non-conforming, instead of 25. The side corner setback is 20 feet. The setback requirement's 20 feet, but our setback is 16 and a half feet. And all of these unique characters of the site were the reason for, back in 2006, the owners had applied for and got approved variance to put the pool as it is now in what we call the rear yard, but what is labeled the front yard. They also had permission to build a site wall around the property, kind of separating that area. Okay, the location for the pergola is set back from the front property line 14 feet, 14 foot 4, and from the Westminster roadside 3.5 feet. I do want to mention that through Historic Preservation Board special exceptions, if any other owner in this neighborhood were to build a pergola, they could put it as close as 3 feet to the property line because of the 2-foot reduction setback that's granted through special exception. I also wanted to mention on this slide, there is a requirement for open space, and ordinarily the open space would be 1,000 minimum square feet in the front yard. This is a parking condition where we're trying not to overload the front yard with a big drive court, and so they only give you 1,000 square feet for that. Since our driveway is on the north side of the property, the Westminster side, we do meet the criteria. We have 1,230 square feet of open space on that side. We do not meet the criteria for open space and never did meet the criteria for open space once the pool was built. They have 617 square feet of open space on that side. There we go. All right, this slide shows the height of the pergola, and we believe the height of the pergola is in harmony with the same problem that he had. It's in harmony with the two-story structure. It fits in height relatively in scale with the space between the second-story windows and the French doors on the first floor. I feel like it does add to the beauty of the rear yard, giving it different levels height, and I think that the height that they had chosen of 10 feet was perfect for this type of architecture. The height of the main house is 25 feet. The height of this site wall is 3.5 feet above the pool deck, and the height of the columns is 9 feet. Height of the trellis is 10 foot 4. This is a detail of the trellis itself. The column detail is a simplistic version of a column capital, the Roman Doric, and it's in limestone. And then they have a stained grade, I believe, which is cedar, clear cedar pergola with a trellis on top. And it has standard SEMA rafter tail. All right, this is the actual pergola constructed. You can see it there, kind of nestled next to the pool. They got the stop work order before they could finish cutting the rafter tails in and finish the trellis and other supporting members. This is a close-up detail of the columns, which are now, have the bougainvillea growing around them. That's the column base. This is the house as you approach from Westminster Road. This is the front entry of the building. You can see it has a very grand entrance on this side, and the side yard becomes secondary to this entrance. They do have vines growing on the yard and a new hedge that has been planted probably to replace the ficus from whitefly, but this hedge will get taller and screen even more the pergola. This is a view from the corner showing the site triangle and the low planting that they have, and then the view of the different layers of volumes and structures as you're approaching the house from that direction. And from the Vincent Road. And coming along Vincent Road down the sidewalk. As you get closer and the hedge gets taller, it does almost completely become obscured from view. Sorry. The justification for our variance, I'm not going to read all of this, but Basically, justification for the variance is that the above listed nonconformities and irregularities particular to the subject property cause an undue hardship to the property owners and their ability to make improvements on the subject property based on the current standards set forth in the zoning code. Improvements that their surrounding neighbors may enjoy without the assistance of a variance. In our opinion, unique layout of the existing home creates a rear yard in the corner of Vincent and Westminster Road rather than a front yard as described by the code, and as evidenced by the existing main entrance, the swimming pool, and the existing perimeter site walls. Since pergola structures are a common accessory structure located adjacent to swimming pools, we believe that permission to build the proposed pergola structure should be granted and 2 variances approved. Variance number 1 is to change the front setback for an accessory pergola only from 25 feet to 14 foot 4, and change the side corner setback for accessory pergola structure only from 20 feet to 3 foot 6. And in our conclusion, I do believe that in order to be granted variance, you have to meet the Florida statutes variance standards, and I believe that we do and are consistent with these standards set forth through A through J of the Florida statutes. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Ann Volsey on behalf of Aaron Borngraber. For case number 25-33, the applicant did a really good job presenting the facts of the case, so I'll just go through quickly. Here we have the request, which is essentially a request from section 94-304B2 from the setbacks for accessory structures. The applicant is requesting a front setback reduction, variance request of 10 feet 8 inches for the front and 9 feet from the corner side setback. Here's the site plan, which shows the work that has been built. So just to give you a visual of what the site looks like, including the pool that had been granted through a Class B special use permit through ZBA, because at the time the HPB did not have that as their duty. And also the next slide shows the details of the pergola. And here are staff's recommendations, which is approval with conditions based on the findings that it meets all of the required variance standards found in section 94-38D6 of the City of West Palm Beach Zoning and Land Development Regulations and the Historic Preservation Ordinance. The proposed setback shall apply only to the existing pergola and any successor structure, as noted by the consultant that the existing pergola, which is the subject matter of the application, will require repairs in the future, and at a certain point, the repairs will reach a point where they have to be replaced as necessary. And so that condition number 1 through 4, essentially, speak about the setback, the roof, and the footprint and solid walls as applicable, and the landscaping shall be maintained along the north property line and inside the western fence located adjacent to the visibility triangle, screening the existing pergola and successor structure from public view, and the open space requirement must be met. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions of staff for the applicant?
I have a question to David, the architect. The photographs that are included in the package, as well as street view, I wasn't able to see any classical Greek columns with Doric capitals on the existing structure. Are there any?
I'm going to say from my memory, I don't think there are.
It wouldn't be typical.
I'm sorry, capitals on the structure at all.
No.
Why don't you come up and can you come to the podium, please, and identify yourself? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Casey Kelsey, and I've been in the house for over 25 years, and I want to thank you for granting me approval to make previous revisions to the garage and some of the revisions to put a pool in. My home's very, very important to me, and I've always tried to move forward with things that would only enhance the historic value of the house, but also add to our enjoyment. If you look at the front of the house, it has kind of that framing around the door. And if you go down, there's 3 windows here. And then there's a small sun porch that prior to me had been enclosed. With the historic board recommendations, we did put in hurricane windows and added the arch back in as it once was. And in between those windows are a swirled column with a Greek capital. So it is on the very front of the house and on the back side of the house, because the house is very narrow. Anything else for me? Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I think that there are, in the package that we didn't receive, I believe, there are letters from neighbors regarding this case.
Yeah, they were in the backup.
The
backup.
Yes, and I was going to note those when we came to the public comment portion in just a moment here. And they're in our packets. There's, I believe, 4 letters from 2 neighbors. Let's see, I can't tell what page I'm on. But I think it starts on page 22 of the staff report for this case, if you look in the bottom right corner.
Oh, I see.
For the numbering.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. We'll move to the public comment portion at this time. As I mentioned, the board does have 4 letters about this case that are not in support. That's from 2 different neighbors. Is there anyone here tonight who wishes to speak on this case?
Before we go forward, Ann, did you want to say something?
No, I was just going to mention the letters
of
objection. Yes.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add to that, or do they
No.
need to be read into record? I mean, they're part of our record, and we all have access to them.
I just wanted to make note of it, but you brought it up, so
Okay.
it was perfect. Thank you.
Well, you prepared me. Okay. There's no one else from the public who wishes to speak? Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll move into executive session.
It feels to me in the pictures like it's very big, like the mass of it is really big when you're on the street. Like it feels like it's right up against the wall in the picture.
I believe it was, is it 3 feet? Am I remembering that correctly? 3.5 feet? So even if it were an accessory structure outside of the front setback, because this is the front setback, it's still a 5-foot minimum. If you were to make the argument that it's an accessory structure and the conditions of the lot make it unique. Just to compare that to the 3.5 feet that we have. Mr. Murphy, did you have any concerns over the detailing, asking because of your questioning earlier?
No, I don't think it looks like it belongs with the beautiful house that is impeccably maintained. It just doesn't seem to be harmonious with it architecturally. Focusing on the variances, I think that it's may set a precedent. I know we look at all applications for their own merit and variances specifically, but I just find that the request is too, I don't see the justification for its location on the, basically on the property line, a 3.5 feet setback. That's just my opinion.
I kind of see what it wants to be and why, and also what the hardships are here. My reaction is if we didn't see it, probably wouldn't have so much reaction to it, but the way it is, it was an opportunity to like create a gift to the street. And like, I don't know if it could have engaged the site wall and been actually part of the sidewalk streetscape. I think it could have come down in scale at least a foot, because because I do think there's some, I actually don't know if I have any issue with the problem with the expression of the columns. It's more of the scale, and maybe it could be something that reads a little bit more vernacular and less true classical. But I mean, it's like halfway between it's like a private, something private that's just sticking out of the yard that it's kind of there and kind of not, and could be nice. It just feels strange that we're asking for it retroactively. I feel like if we had a chance to look at this, we could have made this something that the neighborhood would really like. Well, not when I shouldn't say we, I mean the applicant, like guide the applicant to really make it something special for the neighborhood. And so I'm trying to think like what can we do retroactively to make the best of what we have here.
I think the height of it has a lot to do with a lot of what we're objecting here. And I think if the scale of that was brought down, I don't think it would appear to be overwhelming or not marrying the property as it exists right now.
I think the way to make it talk to the house, again, with what's already there, the way to make it talk to the house would have been with Pecky cypress columns, because there is already that language in the house of post and lintel in cypress. Maybe even something like that, just changing the structure of it from stone to wood might be beneficial.
Well, I don't think, I mean, the application, I don't think is here for design review. They're here for after the fact variance, and regardless of what it looks like, maybe I misspoke, I don't think we should, I can't get behind supporting an element that is this size in not one but two required setbacks.
Right.
That's what staff was just pointing out to me, that it's a variance, not a design review.
Yeah, and that was the question that I was about to ask too. I know that the variance is what is before us, but I think my question is really for you as to, it's the purview of our board to grant or not grant a variance. It's staff's purview because of the scope of work to do the design review. But because the variance comes to us, does that, like, because the design relates to the variance, does that?
Well, Anna, if it came to the board before they were, given a stop work order, what would the review have been? Would it have been a review of the design as well as usually you do review it for design in addition to the variance.
But something like this will not come to the board if it was a pergola on the, just say, the backyard. It will not come to the board for review, it will be staff review. We probably will have make similar comments, what you're saying. It seems to be too tall, or the relationship with the structure. But what is in front of the board today is the variance only.
So I would recommend, if you're going to deny it, you'll deny it. If you're going to approve it, I would approve it with conditions, how you want to see it changed or not, whatever that's how I would approach it.
Okay, so, I'm not saying we're voting one way or another either, but I just want to make sure I understand. We have the option of approving with design conditions. So if we wanted to see Pecky cypress columns or piers or something like that, and that would be a sufficient change, or XYZ would be a sufficient change to grant the variance, that is acceptable.
You could, in the terms like the variance, your request, it will minimize the negative impacts of the putting the pergola in the front yard. So you could add conditions to reduce the height or change the appearance or do some things that will minimize the impact, the negative impact of a pergola in a front yard.
The letters mentioned moving it 5 feet back. That's something the neighbors mentioned. I don't know if that would help, but so it's it's here for a variance, but I think you need to do your, it's part of your job to review the design. So I would say if you're going to approve it, you can approve it with conditions.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Okay, so just to restart the conversation, it sounds like we had some comments from board members that you weren't necessarily opposed to the variance in principle, but there were issues with the design of the structure that caused harm to the streetscape, right?
I think that would be fair to say.
Okay.
And for me, it's more the massing of it, just especially because we've got all these letters from the neighbors that are really feeling like it's intrusive on them, and to give them a variance of something that's so much, seems.
So would lowering the height help your concern?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And requiring that it be covered with landscaping so that they're not looking at this big wood structure.
Right, and there is a staff condition, I believe, that pertains to the landscaping, number 5. You agree? Okay, so I think we need to be it sounds like, I'm just trying to gauge where we are as a board, but it sounds like we could be in favor of the variance with design changes, and we need to be really specific about what those design changes are.
And the reduction in the height.
Yes, and that being a design change.
Yep.
So why don't we start with that, because I think that's an easier one. So what are we at height-wise right now? Let's see if I can zoom in.
It's 9 feet to the bottom of the trellis or the wood member.
So the overall height is 10'4", at least in the drawing that I'm reading. Wait, no. I think it's 10'4", at least the dimension string that I'm reading, from the bottom of the column to the top member of the trellis. If that is too high, then what height would we like to see?
Maybe 8'4".
To the top of the trellis?
Yes.
I think you want 8 foot of clearance, just to be usable. I think that's like the minimum clearance.
Maybe one way to do it is related to the height of the doors going into the house. The columns are as high as the the doors going into the house. And so that'll already, the doors are 2 steps up, so that's already you can walk under the doors. And then that head height will, number one, it can relate to the house, which helps in the scale of the house. And then those doors maybe they're 80-inch doors, maybe plus 2 steps. Maybe it does 2 things at once. It lowers it and relates it to the house.
So where would that put it in actual feet?
Yeah, I think we need to give it like,
An actual dimension?
yeah.
Yeah. I think it's the appearance of the pergola from the street. The height of it is so imposing.
The columns are 9 feet, so probably we can start with that. What would be an acceptable height for the column? So if the acceptable height maybe 7 feet or 7'6", and we go from there to get to an 8'6" to the bottom of the pergola. Clear.
Yeah, I see.
So you're proposing 1'6" out of the structure.
So that would bring you to a total of 9 feet 4 inches with the trellis.
It would be lower than that. I mean, I don't know if all the, Gabe, what page are you on? Which page are you on?
So you can go to the
I think the
packet.
dimension strings are clear here.
4 minus page A01 in the package, in the backup documents.
Okay, so column height at,
I mean, maybe the column height is at the height of the door, like Caleb is saying, because right now it's way above it, right?
Right. Well, and if we gave it a dimension, it's just like, let's assume that door's 80 inches, but I mean, plus two steps. I don't know if we know what those datums are. But if we knew that, we could probably give that height.
I mean, I think regardless, we're in the right range, right? There's a minimum that allows a usability for this. So there's really no point in granting a variance that makes it like too short, because then it's, what's the point?
Does it make sense to continue it and ask them to come back with a revised drawing that's more in keeping with the house and, lowers the
I think staff would really encourage us to make the conditions and allow them the purview to review it. I don't know if staff wants to chime in, but I believe that was, you would rather see it.
Yes, we can do it internally and work
Okay.
with the applicant.
Understanding the design direction, but I think, so we want to bring the overall height down by approximately 1'6". Does that sound right?
18, yeah, because that's a 7'6" column. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, right now it's 9'8" to the bottom of the pergola. So if we shoot for 8'6", let's say,
Yeah.
that is about that, right? Like 1 foot.
Maybe
less.
14 or 16 inches.
14
Okay,
inches less.
I feel more comfortable with that. All right, so condition 1 is a 14-inch reduction in the structure, the overall height reduction of the structure. That takes care of one concern that some of the board members expressed. Okay, the second concern was the detailing. Caleb, I think you had the most commentary on that, if you want to elaborate on I think you mentioned,
Well, I guess if it's, yeah, if it's just a, yeah, I think if you did like a 6x6 posts,
so Reed,
cypress.
would you like, do you think it would be more in keeping with our standards for it to be a post versus a column?
That's a good question. I mean, the house, I only say it helps it relate to the house a little bit more, which is, I think, a post, because we have, there is like one column on the house, but there's more language of wood post and wood lintel.
Okay, so you'd like to see a traditional chamfered post?
Yeah.
Okay. How does the rest of the board feel? I have one nod.
Yeah, I think that marries it
No.
nicely.
It sounds like we have two people that like to see that. Does the rest of the board not care either way? You'd like to see the post?
You might give general direction to staff to be able to negotiate that if possible, but let them have a little leeway.
Okay, so maybe more of like a less formal, more vernacular nature, perhaps a traditional chamfered post, and we'll leave that to staff. Does that language sound good?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
All right. So I think with those two conditions, we're ready to make a motion in regards.
In addition to the conditions already in the staff report.
In addition to the conditions already in the staff report.
Okay with the variance for the setback from the property line.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Well, that's what the variance is for, right? The second-
Yeah.
Yes.
That is,
Yeah.
that is one of the reasons of the variance.
Yeah, but it's specifically for the 3.5 feet. And I think the neighbor letter said 5 feet, which, I mean, makes sense considering the context. Does staff have something they'd like to add?
I just want to mention that if the board feels the structure needs to be pushed closer, like setback further, that is something, because the variance is a dimension, so you can say you don't agree with whatever they are asking, you can offer less than that if you feel like the movement of the structure is what you are looking for.
Because the other variable is that, I mean, are we okay with a 12 feet wide pergola, right?
Yeah.
Could be 10.
Because I believe the language is the minimum amount necessary to make it usable. So if you, Peg, are you looking to see 5 feet?
I would be happy with something smaller, I agree.
What is something smaller?
I'm sorry?
What is that number?
I mean, I want it to still be usable, like, I think these people should be able to enjoy their backyard, but I think just in the interest of, the neighborhood, it would be nice just to have less mass.
Don't give them
Is it
to argue.
4 feet? Is it 5 feet? I think.
Oh, you mean the setback?
The actual, yeah, what actual setback are you in?
Well, I mean, can they, is there room for them to push it back 5 feet? I mean, can they still have the structure with the pool? In the picture, it's hard to tell. It looks like
It's
kind
pretty,
of right on top of the pool.
it's kind of tight.
Yeah, it is tight. I think you'd have to take that space.
Like, I think you could maybe push this to 8 feet wide.
Yeah, if you make it just a little smaller in
But then
general,
you,
and then keep it where it is.
It should put, if you did 8 feet, that would push the setback to.
So that is what I was saying. If they push the setback to, let's say, 4'6", and they reduce the total width, because the width in this floor plan looks excessive proportionally. But if we request another foot of setback, and by reducing the total width of the pergola, that probably is doable.
So 4'6"?
Because that would be a 9-foot pergola. That's still pretty usable. I would think 8's the minimum for a seating arrangement inside there, so 9's still usable.
I mean, to me, that seems like a reasonable compromise for them and for the neighborhood.
Okay, so 2 additional conditions, but then the variance language is 4'6" and not 3'6".
3 additional conditions, right?
But what I'm saying is I don't think the 4'6" is a condition. I think the language could just be changed. Yep. So the variance granting language would be for 4'6" setback and not
See, I
3'6". And that would take care of that part.
You guys ready to make a motion?
Yes,
I think,
I am looking for it, yeah.
yeah.
So the setback is not described per se in the conditions, so maybe it's going to have to be, I'm going to have to modify probably one. Okay, so I move that the Historic Preservation Board grant HPB case number 25-33, a request by David Gengler of Gengler Architects, Inc., on behalf of Andy Blomers and Casey Kearns Blomers, for variances from Section 94-82 and Section 94-304B2 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations for the already built accessory structure pergola. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the criteria in Article 2, Section 94-38D6 of the City of West Palm Beach Zoning and Land Development Regulations have been met. In addition, the granting of the variance is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Zoning and Land Development Regulations and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. First, the approved setback should be or must be 4'6" from the property line. Second, the height of the pergola must be lower by 14 inches. The third, the detailing of the pergola must follow a more vernacular traditional post, and the applicant can work with staff to establish what that is. Fourth, the proposed setbacks shall apply to the existing pergola and any successor structure. The existing pergola and/or successor structure shall not have a solid roof. The existing pergola and/or successor structure shall not have an expanded footprint. The existing pergola and/or successor structure shall not have one or more solid walls. Landscaping shall be maintained along the north property line and inside the western fence located adjacent to the visibility triangle, screening the existing pergola and/or successor structure from public view. And the open space requirement in single family must be met per Section 94-482A if the existing property is legal conforming. If the property is legal non-conforming, the non-conformity cannot be increased. The landscaping provision is as follows. The lesser of 1,000 square feet or 75% of the front yard area shall be landscaped with living plant materials such as grass, ground cover, shrubs, hedges, pines, or trees.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right. The motion carries.
Thank you. Quick question for clarification. We talked about reducing the height, the detailing. What about the width?
The width is a result of the 4'6" setback approved, right? So
They can,
if they cannot push the whole pergola back by an additional 12 inches, they will have to reduce the width.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on to case 25-36 for 195 Dyer Road. Oh, thank you.
Yes. James did.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Russell Rosicki, architect, representing the interests of Ray and Gloria Clark, the homeowners who are here with us tonight. So this is a historically contributing primary and accessory structure located in the El Cid Historic District. It is in an AE7 flood zone. It's not in the wave action zone. It's directly adjacent to it. This home is elevated a few feet, as you can see currently today, but it still sits about 1.4 feet lower than where it needs to be. So it needs to be lifted vertically to achieve a finished floor that is approximately 1.4 feet higher than today's finished floor. And the reason for that is that the bottom of the framing within the crawl space needs to be 1 foot higher than base flood elevation. So when you see our proposed finished floor elevation, that's what we feel is minimally required to make this home sustainable for the future. So you can see this home is located, the second home in, on the north side of Dyer. The home east of it at the southeast corner. And then this home actually was contiguous with the lot just north of that home on the corner over here at Flagler. So there was a flag lot, and you'll see in a moment how that was connected. So this was kind of a secondary home on one lot back when it was built. What you're seeing is an aerial view here in the middle. The primary historically contributing portion of the home is L-shaped, as identified by the marker. The extension of a single story off the back is not original. You'll see on this property survey, it indicates existing setbacks. Our proposal is to, we have a 32.3 feet front setback currently. And mind you, that's to what I would consider a bay structure. If it gets mentioned or discussed later, bay structures are allowed to extend into required setbacks. But our proposal is to move the entire structure, now that it's already being lifted for base flood compliance, 7 feet 3 inches south or forward, which would still provide a lot of relief to the primary front facade. So this is a small portion of the facade, and then we have a primary facade that sits rearward of it, and there's an existing porch, which was original as an elevated porch. We plan to keep that. Here you're seeing the flood map that I just discussed. And here's photos of the house for reference. What I'd just like to point out is the siding is not original. The eaves or the soffits are not original. The fascia is not original. The roofing is not original. The windows are not original. This Dutch door is, and as is this bay, which has the kind of the cluster of columns at each side, as well as this copper roof and the chimney, and the footprint and geometry and stepping of the roofs are all original. This home being a frame vernacular, it's a little unique to El Cid. Specifically with this style, I'd say it's a colonial inspired frame vernacular. And here's a few more photos of it. Here's pictures of the crawl space. And you'll see this little lattice work, which will be mentioned later as one of the conditions that is applied to the face of the front of the porch. You're seeing some photos for the detached garage. There's not much to it other than it actually having some original siding upon it. The roofing was changed, the fascia was changed, the eaves were changed, the garage door was changed, but even the side door was changed here. But in the respect of it being geometrically correct. This was an original structure as well, including the stud framing and the roof rafters. Here's a few streetscape images of how this home sits with respect to the neighboring properties. Dyer specifically, I've been down numerous times, walked it. The majority of the homes on the street are two-story. They're quite sizable two-story homes, even the home directly west of us, which you can see kind of elevates substantially in comparison to our home that we're doing a design for. And I'd just like to also mention that this home to the west, 201 Dyer, it has an elevated grade. The grade is substantially elevated in comparison to 195 Dyer's lot. So when you think about the finished floor that you're seeing with respect to the wall height, I ask you to keep in mind that we're keeping this existing front grade elevation. We're not elevating this grade 2 feet, or so to speak, because it is in the flood zone. Okay, and here's some design precedence analysis for a two-story home on Dyer. There's very few single-story structures remaining on the street, and a large majority of the homes are contributing. Another design precedent analysis with respect to the detached structure receiving a guest suite addition above. I will personally walk down the street, and I noticed 4 other homes on Dyer, not to mention numerous others on the street north and south of this that have two-story structures where a guest suite is located directly above a garage. This is the green card showing the L-shaped portion of the home, as well as the detached garage. And here at the bottom right, you're seeing kind of that flag-shaped lot that I was referring to, right? So this being the primary home on Flagler, and this was built sometime after, but a flag shape. I grabbed some newspaper clippings that were provided to us by staff, and I decided that it was important for this presentation in the sense that this home very uniquely had a slate roof on it when it was built. It was in the Palm Beach Post in 1938. On or about this home was built in 1937 or 38, but it did have a slate roof on the home. Here's some older photos of the home when it received some repairs and replacements. This is labeling the location of the non-historic addition that was made after the fact, and that will be demolished. Our design, we have the zoning analysis table here for reference if you need me to come back to it, but we have made a proposed, looking at this plot plan, second-story addition to the home and an expansion of the first floor. We incorporated single-story elements for that expansion, and our second-story addition is set back considerably from the street, and we chose the ridge line as the point of locating the wall of the second floor for 2 real reasons. One, to keep the geometric original structure in view and in sight, and then 2, structurally to prepare for steel long span moment frames sitting on tube steel columns to support an inset second story for load path reasons. And here at the back, you're seeing a proposed addition over the garage, which sits staggered from the front facade of that garage and the roof lines so as to make it kind of peekaboo and present itself as an original structure. And then here's the addition. We have a proposed pool, and we have an areas table for reference. We're requesting the detached exception to be applied to both lot area and FAR, and we're requesting a specimen tree, which to be considered by the board, but we do also have a landscape design that proposes a lot more planting. So the specimen tree, I'll let Matt Tullison from Environment Design Group represent that request. And you'll see these landscape plans here, which I'll let him speak further on in a moment. So looking at the first floor plan, this home had its circulation basically down the middle. We maintained that. So if you walk in we have a few more steps up to this porch, so we're maintaining the front porch. You have kind of an alcoved entry with an original door, which we do want to exactly match with a Millwork 360 wood door, tit for tat, if the board agrees. Otherwise, we would also consider keeping the original door, because this front door is I would say, original to the home. I have every reason to think it is, as well as the pilaster applied trims around it. And then we would put a hurricane mesh in front if necessary. And same thing with the Dutch door at the Juliet. We would also provide a hurricane mesh to protect that original door. The original fireplace, even though we're picking the home up and moving it, will have to get rebuilt. It's out of skew and out of plane. It's leaning over. I would say it's currently unsafe, so it would need to get rebuilt either way, out of brick, matching same size, shape, texture, and the brick was since painted white. I believe at one point it was red brick. So we decided to keep red brick when you see the exterior elevations. But when you walk in the home today, there actually was bedrooms in the front, and we kind of restacked that layout, but we kept the bedrooms there. The living room still presents itself upon entry, and then we have really what I would call our expansion area, which allows for our dining room, living room. Circulation is stacked on both floors, and what I tried to do architecturally and visually is maintain center lines from each from each area, looking through and viewing through columns. It's the same center line if you find yourself from the door, center lining with the slider out at the back. And the placement of a pantry and mudroom is directly for ease of access from the driveway. Walking in, you can go right through to your kitchen. We have a center fireplace, and we basically worked off those center lines that you'll see in a moment on the elevations. On the second floor, you're seeing the outline of the roof of the first story below. We have designed for 3 bedrooms up here with an open, elongated feel of a lofty space, so to speak, with a balcony that obtains water views. And I'd also like to say this porch, now that the home is elevated, does also obtain water views, which is nice. If we make our way, it's kind of a whimsical layout. My client had interest in creating something unique and creative, and I actually enjoyed designing this home. At the primary bedroom balcony, you would also have water views. And you'd have a balcony which is kind of shared or extended from the rear bedrooms. This is a very porous home, and it has massing and voids added and subtracted for visual appeal and also function. Diagram here represents the original ground floor, but again, remember that this northwest side was an addition. It's not part of the contributing structure. Our ground floor expansion, as you can see here, is 400 and change square feet, where we have a single-story element taking up a good portion of that. And then our second floor covers over the loggia, so it makes for a covered space. That allows the home to be kind of nestled and tight without becoming this large massing and very deep structure or elongated structure. Here you're seeing the roof plan and how it kind of layers back. So we have a copper roof proposed at this porch that exists today, and then you have the original roof, which then reaches its ridge at the double dash line here where the cursor is, with the primary second floor beyond, and then you have the single-story element that we introduced on the east side. This is the proposed floor plan for each level of the detached structure where the garage is kept in its perimeter in its entirety. We actually requested to align this structure, but staff had made a request that we push this front wall back. If we so find it necessary, we would love to have a conversation about that. And then additionally, at the second floor, the second floor was also requested to be in plane with the setback second story over the garage portion. So you have your exterior stair with another lovely balcony that would overlook the pool with an entrance to a little lounge space and bedroom, bathroom combination. I just want to say for the record that if we have conversation about areas, if the board requests us to push this block wall back by the 2 feet to align the second floor walls, that this pool bath might become a sauna. And on the first floor, after speaking with my client, after receiving staff conditions, we were thinking of relocating this pool bath to underneath the landing of the stairs so that it's easier access from the pool side. Here's the roof plan of the detached structure. This is a rendering that Environment Design Group, along with our 3D modeling and Revit, we combined our service together to produce. This is based on the landscape plan and the proposed color scheme. What you'll notice here is that we introduced coins, wood coins, back to the side or corners of the single-story portion that bumps out. As we found from original photos that are black and white, that these coins were original to the home and they were previously removed from a renovation, so we'd like to restore them and place them back. The siding that we're proposing would be a clear cypress. It would have a 6-inch exposure, which is equivalent to what we found there and consistent with the historic photos. And again, I just want to remind the board, we would like to use a slate roof. So we'll see in a moment the product we'd like to utilize. Here's some 3D modeling views, bird's eye perspectives. We have the existing versus proposed elevations. We have paired shutters so that they can make a full closure upon the windows that we show. If we look at the front elevation, I artfully considered the way the slope of the detached structure and the plane of the roof for the new second floor addition, as well as the single story building up to the second story and the slope and plane and how it feathers out as it expands. We have considerable setbacks at each side. This is not an imposing addition by any means. The home had a hip roof component to it. We emulated that hip roof for our addition. We extended our front roof over this little Juliet at the second floor because it kind of made a playful stepping of the fascias, just like you see, which was original to the main roof on the single story. Our copper roof over our porch makes the porch more functional. Today, there's really no purpose for that porch because it's southern exposure. This roof will provide relief to the historic home and south exposure, while allowing direct views to the water. The rear elevation, you're seeing the loggia here, and then we have this reverse gable. This language of the gable at the single story off the rear directly speaks to a reverse gable that's off the front, and our second story being a primary hip roof with that balcony that expands to those bedrooms that share that balcony there. The loggia is separated by, call it 3 parts, where the window's centered, and we have a set of doors centered and another set of doors centered with our single-story addition to the side. One of the staff comments was to remove this additional chimney. We also accept that condition in the sense that we'll just provide a direct vent for a fireplace if that's a concern. I do think the new chimney is a nice feature in my own opinion. The side elevation, if we look at the existing versus the proposed, we tried to keep a kind of a linear run of the roof here on the west elevation, but I would love to have a conversation with the board. We do have the square footage allowable here if we wanted to bring this 2-story addition to sort of cover over or land over the bearing wall of the original first story here, rather than making an inset second story. But to pay tribute to the historic home, I designed it as such, as you see it. But again, for structural reasons, it could be made simpler if the board so agrees. Here's the east view, also showing section with respect to that east view. And I decided to make a little, a playful attribute to it, where I made archways with wood coined columns. And it was conditioned upon us that this would be made into basically straight openings with a little less detail, which I can understand for a frame vernacular is very, it has some simplicity to it. So we would accept that condition. If we're looking at this detached structure where this lattice is, there was an outdoor shower proposed. This is where we would propose the bathroom to kind of just be hidden on this elevation if it was so requested that the second floor be pushed back 2 feet. The proposed ceiling height on the first floor is approximately 10 feet 10, and now that's just on the basis of where we do our math and keeping our ridge line where it is, and then our stair and what kind of happens automatically, right? You're kind of cutting out the roof in order to make your frame, and then your beam gets set within that deep floor cavity. Second floor is proposes 8'4" ceiling height, but we may in fact tray up if the truss engineer allows us to do a design that allows us to be more like a 9-foot ceiling on the second floor. We considered ceiling height with respect to the front elevation. It was important to me to keep the historic portion of the home more dominant than the addition. And if you look at this front elevation, you'll see a 3/5, 2/5 proportion between the two, 3/5 being the bottom first story versus the 2/5 proposed addition. And you have the massing and the void being this balcony walkout to the front up there, and the void below being the porch. Here's a streetscape. This home sits a little bit lower than the neighbor's property, and considering they're on an elevated grade, this grade actually would rise as you make your way west on the street, so the home would actually probably sit in real life 2 feet higher than this elevation even shows it. Here's the front elevation. Here's the front and rear elevation colored. This is the color scheme. It's a black and white scheme. And then here's more elevations for the guest house. Essentially 9-foot ceiling height at the second floor, and we kind of stayed consistent with the garage ceiling height for our carport addition. We would like to use Pella Reserve or something equivalent that has a wood-clad interior, impact-rated window, good quality. Here is the interlock roofing material. We would be open to doing a metal roof that looks like slate. Actually, it's resilient, and these interlock, and that's why they call them interlock, because each one comes as like a tile. They're essentially the size of an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper in terms of the size of the slate, right? You can imagine dimensionally, proportionally, slate is larger than any shingle or equivalent more to a concrete tile in this case. But we would also be open to a concrete tile that looks like slate. In passing, seeing Caleb ride his bike, he had the liberty of looking at this interlock roof on another project of mine. And, if I recall his comment correctly, it's like, hey, it almost looks like it's an emulation of tile. But in this case, we would choose a charcoal color or gray color that would be respective of slate. And I think it looks great proportionally, dimensionally, and you can see it has this kind of texture to it. Okay, and here's the conditions. All the frames for the windows shall be white, we agree. Existing mullions and muntins shall be retained or replaced to have matching width placement and external projection, we also agree. Pointed muntins are our standard. Decorative lattice work shall be added on top of the proposed stucco exterior of the raised foundation. I would say if that's absolutely requested, sure. I tend to think a lattice applied to a stucco base of an elevated porch looks a little cheap. So I would prefer not to do that, but if it's requested by the board, we would agree. The lattice work between the columns on the first floor at the north elevation shall mimic the lattice work of the second-story balcony and not have an arch pattern. That's no problem. The brick chimney, the new brick chimney shall not be installed, and there shall be cypress louvered shutters added on the sides of the windows flanking the proposed chimney. No problem if the board agrees that the chimney is not needed. The arches on the proposed east facade shall be removed, and the 6-inch posts from the proposed rear loggia on the north facade shall be copied onto the east facade. No problem. The proposed layover roof shall be asphalt composite shingles. This was before Anthony and I had a talk, about the slate roof being original to the home. So with consideration to the board, we really prefer to do the concrete that looks like slate, or again, the interlock metal roof that looks like slate. The proposed lounge on the second floor of the accessory structure shall be pushed back 2 feet for the alignment, and that I had mentioned earlier. Here's the rendering again for reference. And I do want to bring this up, although I know it's not in the board's purview to talk about landscaping, but I do believe there will be a continued discussion with public comment tonight. There is a sea grape tree that has previously been pruned multiple times, cutting off its trunk as it's been growing, and sea grape trees, as you know, tend to grow wildly, rapidly. They're of the plenty. And they actually, currently today, if you were to look at a photo, the sea grape tree actually does overhang and touch the roof of the current garage. So this tree would need to be cut back to the fence, to the lot line for our proposed addition to take place. And here's a photo just showing it already previously cut back, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. But that's the same thing we would do today in order to accomplish our proposed addition. Thank you for your time.
We'll go to the staff report now.
Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner, speaking for the record as the case manager for HPB 2536. The request is for additional alterations and ad valorem pre-construction. Our applicant has done a great job entailing what they would like to propose. What staff will do in this presentation is provide a little bit more of background information, provide greater clarity on the conditions that they have imposed, and we'll also give some analysis into the surrounding buildings. As the background, this is a contributing vernacular structure in the El Cid Historic District, constructed in 1937. And was El Cid Historic District was locally designated in 1993, along with being designated in the National Register in 1995. For the purposes of this context, per the nomination and per the city's design guidelines, vernacular was defined as a residence designed by someone who was not a trained architect. And this is in alignment with the greater notion that the larger portion of the El Cid Historic District was actually developed by the Palm Beach Company. Majority of vernacular structures in the El Cid Historic District were built between 1936 and 1941. We've also provided a photo from the time of surveying in light of designation. Proposals, as our applicant has indicated, moving the primary structure forward by 7 feet 3 inches, raising the primary structure 2.5 feet, removal of a non-historic addition, a new lounge at the east facade, new loggia at the north facade, new second-story addition and balcony of that primary structure that is going to be set at the behind the ridge line, a new second-story addition to the accessory structure, and new and replaced fenestration for both the primary and accessory structure. These were outlined as the proposals also in our applicant's presentation. We have our proposals in the south elevation, also part of our applicant's presentation, in the east elevation, north elevation, proposed west elevation, and the accessory structures elevations, both what is existing and what is proposed. Initial concerns that we had as we were reviewing the certificate of appropriateness was the historicity of that rear addition. Per standard number 4 of the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, standard number 4 states, changes to a property that has acquired historic significance in their own right will be retained and preserved. So we found that the bay window configuration was something that, again, as an initial concern, was sort of character defining, and even though it was not original to the 1937 construction, if it did attain that historic significance, we wanted to do our best to preserve that, and we were able to obtain 3 historic images that it sort of would, ascertain the fact that it is not historic. We have the 1962 property card, a 1979 historic aerial courtesy of Aaron Borngraber, and the 1990 survey in light of its designation. We also had questions on the historicity of the coins, and we wanted historic documentation to see that it was something that was more or less either historic or original to the house. And I believe it stated in condition number 6 in your packet that it would only be something that could be added if there was historic documentation to it. It is revised in this presentation. However, I believe that is still in your packet. So that is something that we can void if it is still in your packet. In regards to the surrounding buildings analysis, what is interesting to note is finding a vernacular structure. It is inherently kind of difficult to get a quintessential frame vernacular house in the LSIT Historic District, as their contexts do tend to deviate. Our surrounding buildings have ascertained that there is a stylistic difference between the surrounding buildings. Some are Mediterranean Revival, split level, Monterey, and then some are indeed non-contributing. In regards to our zoning and land development review, have that this is in a single family high density residential context 3, so we are applying section 9482, and our applicant is requesting special bonuses to be applied from section 9485 to get into compliance with our ZLDR. And we have 3 notes. First note is the addition at the accessory structure is initially a non-conforming structure. However, the addition will conform with the required setbacks. And for the special bonuses for section 9485, we have we have section E for lot coverage and floor area exceptions for detached rear accessory structure. What our applicant is proposing will apply a bonus to both of those quantities, and along with section F for lot coverage and floor area exceptions for special review, allowing for the preservation of 1 or more specimen trees. This will give them an additional bonus, but this would only be applied to lot coverage. And then we have provided the initial maximums outlined in section 9483. And then we've provided the table that's outlined in section 9485 that gives you the final adjusted maximums. Lot coverage is now going to be 25%, and the floor area ratio is going to now be 43%. Staff is recommending approval with conditions for, with staff's imposed conditions, this application will get into full compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards and the additional criteria for new construction and alterations. And we'll provide some graphical clarifications for conditions number 3 through 10. So this is for the third condition. Decorative lattice work shall be added on top of the proposed stucco exterior of the raised foundation as annotated in this presentation. Condition number 4, the lattice work between the columns on the first floor of the north elevation shall mimic the lattice work of the second-story balcony and not have an arched pattern. So this would apply to the loggia of the north elevation drawing. The new brick chimney shall not be installed, and in its place, the cypress louvered shutters from the remaining proposed windows that are initially flanking that chimney shall be copied into that space if we were to remove that proposed chimney. Coin shall not be installed on the north facade, and the 6-inch posts that we currently see for that loggia, they shall be copied onto the east facade. Proposed layover roof shall be asphalt shingles and composite shingles to match the existing house. I believe Russell and I did have those conversations. And for conditions 9 and 10, the carport, the rear accessory structure shall be set back 9 inches from the existing accessory structure, and the proposed lounge on the second floor shall be pushed back 2 feet to have the existing rear accessory structure be sort of like the focal point and to sort of obscure this proposed addition. And here we have the applicable codes, the additional criteria for new construction and alterations, along with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. So with that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
And apologies, I believe our applicant has a presentation from a landscape architect.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Tollison. I'm with Environment Design Group, the landscape architects on the project. In front of this house, there is a extremely large pongam tree. It's not, one of our South Florida native trees, but it is a nice canopy tree. Specimen trees are singled out for a tree with exceptional beauty, rarity, or unique form. Our tree in the front yard, it is a very nice tree. It's actually multi-trunk. It's got 3 large trunks that come out of the ground. Flowering tree, really nice. So large it creates a microclimate underneath it. And U.S. Forest Service, describes the height of a pongam tree, 35 to 40, and a spread of 30 to 40. Our current tree exceeds both of those. So very large, very nice specimen tree for the genus and species, and in my professional opinion, meets the requirements of the specimen tree. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board? Any questions? Okay, I have one then. For the applicant. Could you go to the floor plan, I think the proposed floor plan on the first floor? So, I think I have an understanding, but the existing rear wall, is that in a line with, the current one before any proposed alterations? Is that in alignment with where the division between the pantry and the kitchen are? Because it looks like you're just totally removing that rear wall.
That's correct. I'm removing the rear wall. There's no alignment. Our new walls are shown as dark hatched lines or double lines. So the existing walls that are in this vicinity are actually removed. in
Okay.
order to allow for the dining and living room to take place.
So are you essentially chopping the house in half and reusing the front portion, and then the rear is?
That's a great question. So the rear of the existing home, if I go to the floor plan there, actually shows a kitchen and open space, as well as the addition, which was not contributing. So it's all open space. It's not like these were biparted spaces. And rear facing, at some point, an addition would, in my opinion, at some point would take place. And to do it intelligently, these spaces were very narrow. The kitchen probably had 10-foot dimension to it. To keep those walls would have biparted a proposed addition to the first floor. So it didn't make sense for the spatial arrangement. And in the sense the kitchen is where today's kitchen, the existing home, is where the living room 114 is shown. And it has been relocated to the rear in order to make the kitchen larger. And by doing so, you get a larger communicating space with the rear yard.
Okay, so the short answer is yes, you're removing all of that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I have one other question. You had said the siding on the garage was original, I think?
Yes.
Yeah, what's happening to that?
We plan to maintain as much as we can within its perimeter. We do have a new block wall adjacent to that wall, which means that on the east face it gets removed in order to have the structure be two-story and supportive of the block structure above. But on the south, as well as the corner boards and the trim around the garage door, as well as the west and the north, the siding would remain.
Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other. Caleb, did you have something?
Just to riff off of what you said, what percentage of the original structure would you say is being maintained?
I would say more than 50%. And it would be more than, because if we think of where the ridge line is, which is approximately equivalent to this thickened wall, if you notice this thickened wall on the floor plan, we placed that adjacent to this existing wall that biparts the bedroom in order to carry the ridge. So that's where the ridge is. And if you were to think of this house as slicing in half, so to speak, which was what Ms. Kellogg had mentioned, there's a larger half in the front.
Okay.
But to be clear, sorry, the original structure is basically staying. What you're removing is the older addition.
It's actually both. We're removing the older addition, which was off to the northwest, which is exactly where our kitchen and new pantry is shown.
Yeah.
Can you show it in the demo plan? I think it will be more clear.
Yeah, sure. Let me just show this diagram real quick. So I know this is the rear wall we're talking about. If you were to follow this line across, that was the original structure. Okay. So yes, we are removing this entire wall, which was the line of the rear wall of the structure.
Mm-hmm.
And this wall actually continues on our drawing. So if we're talking about perimeter, a rear wall gets demolished.
And that rear wall, can you go back to that for 1 second, sorry?
Oh, sure.
So the addition, though, the existing addition is the bump out portion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Let's go to the demo plan, though, because I want to be really clear about what the scope of demolition is. In order to bump that out, we're demolishing the entirety of the rear wall, the exterior rear wall. So during construction, when we say that the house, it would literally be chopped in half at the ridge line, and you would keep the front, and then the back gets totally I don't want to say rebuilt, but that's the gist. So you can see in the demolition plan right there, that line
it's the
where the
whole
bedroom
line.
is.
alternatives were considered. Obviously, placement to the east makes this a larger home sitting up on the lot. That would also consume what we are considering a specimen tree if it was along the frontward to be an extension of. Not only that, I think historically speaking, this gives the vibe of the original structure far better than a massing that would be added to the side as a two-story element. So if one were to consider any form of an addition to this home, I think it's tastefully done if it's done to the rear portion of this home with the removal of the rear wall.
Additional questions? Okay, seeing none, let's move to public comment. I do have a public comment card here, so we'll start with this card and then follow if there's anyone else. Michael and Stacy Elliott at 201 Dyer, if you could please come to the podium.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Elliott, and I am the homeowner with my wife Stacy at 201 Dyer Road, which is just west of the property we're speaking of. We sent Mr. Mendez a detailed email, so as long as you received that, for brevity, we will continue and just kind of reiterate our main concerns about the size and scale of the proposal and the impact of its aesthetic on the street. First, we are opposed to the main historic structure being relocated 7 feet 3 inches forward, as it would result in significant loss of green space in the front yard to be replaced by a circular driveway. There are no circular driveways on Dyer Road, a street well known in El Cid for larger lots, green space, and mature landscaping. Secondly, the two-story accessory structure is not compatible with the single-story structures on Dyer Road. We recently completed a new build on an empty lot of land directly west of the proposed project, and our request for a two-story secondary structure was rejected. We are aware of at least one other homeowner on the street who has also had this request denied. We ask that the board maintain consistency in these decisions to ensure the street maintains its aesthetic. The images previously shown of two-story structures, accessory structures, were not in the immediate area and were west of Olive. While we are opposed to the secondary accessory structure overall, if the board is going to consider this proposal, we respectfully request that any discussion be tabled until we can have an arborist complete a tree risk assessment on the large native sea grape in the corner where the 4 properties meet. Adding a second story to the historic structure requires substantial removal of this tree and affects all 4 properties. We were previously advised by an arborist during construction that cutting the tree on one side would be a safety hazard and can endanger the health and stability of the tree. It has been there for generations, and we need to ensure that it remains alive and well. Lastly, we feel that the roof height of 30 feet is too tall and not in line with other homes on Dyer Road. At the historic board meeting for our new build just a few years ago, we stood in this room when the board reduced our height, roof height, to 27 feet so that it would be in line with other homes on Dyer Road. We understand and appreciate the board's decision at that time and ask that consistency be maintained so that the aesthetic of the street remains. We don't feel it's appropriate to allow a neighboring structure to tower above the other streets on the homes on the street. As we said in our email, we are very happy that this home is being renovated. We understand the importance of maximizing the asset while maintaining the character and scale of the street. We just want to be thoughtful and maintain consistency with the aesthetic on Dyer Road. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And Anthony, do we have the letter? I didn't see it in the staff report that he mentioned.
Yes, so I would like to say that I did receive the email last Friday, but unfortunately it did not make it in time for your packets. But that is something that I could happily publish.
Okay, in the same vein as what was discussed.
Let's make sure that we reference it for the record, and then you should probably add it to the.
Yeah, certainly, that can certainly be done.
Thank you. Additional public comment? If you'll come to the podium and state your name and address, please.
I watch you guys on YouTube, and this is a lot more daunting, so forgive me if my voice quivers a little bit. I'm a little shaken. My name is Amy Quattlebaum. I live in El Cid on Cordova. I'm also the realtor that represented the owner of 195 Dyer, who also happens to be my sister-in-law. So I just want to say, first of all, I'm very excited because I got to know this house intimately with the amount of people that I had to bring through to look at this beautiful vernacular structure, but 99% of them did not understand what made those Juliet doors so special or that circular window, and they wanted to maximize out. They wanted every inch that they could get out east and west and go up in the back. So I am very thankful that you've got a couple here that is going to be end users of this, not flip it. They want to live here. They want to be part of the community, and they want to make the surrounding area happy, and also stay true to the historic nature of El Cid. I did go to lunch with my sister-in-law yesterday, and I spoke with her because this tree situation had come up, and she was very confused. She lived there for over 30 years, and the tree has been cut back year over year over year. There are pictures, as you saw, I think that was 2019, 2020, and it's cut back. There should be like a joint next to the fence line, especially during hurricane season, and for sure because of the historic nature of the back garage, we didn't want any foliage or anything hanging, dripping, dropping, molding that structure. So she stopped cutting it, I want to say back, and I'm not sure when the next door neighbors moved in, but 2021 or 2022. I put her, she found a new house in 2023, put the house on the market in 2024, definitely did not cut it 23, 24, 25. We just sold it. So it's been at least 3 years, maybe 4, that she's cut anything back there. So again, if they have an arborist come out there, they'll probably be able to see the joint where they've cut it back. But thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank you. And just a reminder to state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Board. My name is Ray Clark. I'm the homeowner, along with my wife, Gloria. First of all, I'd like to say that we just recently moved here about 3 months ago from California. And we're very, very excited to be here and start the next chapter of our lives in El Cid. When we first saw the property, we were introduced to it by a local real estate agent. We were really kind of struck by this colonial style. I've now come to learn that it's vernacular. I didn't quite understand what that meant, but I think I do now. And so when we engaged with Russ and his team, both he and us were really focused on trying to maintain the architectural aesthetic. And personally, you know, and obviously I'm biased, but I think the design that he's established really does that. We've maintained the entire first structure from a facade perspective so that when you're looking at it from the street, that entire first structure is largely unchanged. And the only thing really that's added is this second story above it, which is done in precisely the same style. In terms of the accessory structure and the addition of the two-story guest home, I guess you would call it, you know, we've heard from the Elliots that the tree is a concern. As Amy Quattlebaum said, Grace Rich, who owned the home since 1991, every single year, as I understand it from talking to them, she would trim that tree back to the property line. And there's a photo, there's historical evidence indicating that as of 2020, it was trimmed back to the property line with no detrimental effect to that tree. And at that point, you can see in the photo, it's already 30, 40 feet high.
But just for the record, the board doesn't have any jurisdiction over this tree. So for all the discussion about the tree, the board has no jurisdiction. I don't know why we're talking about the tree.
No, yeah, I just wanted to make the point because somebody made the point that
No,
the
I
tree
understand
is
and
an
I
impediment.
appreciate it. They don't have any jurisdiction. They're not going to tell you what to do with the
That's
tree.
fine.
So-
I'll just leave it with this final comment. more than happy to comply with the regulations set forth by the city of West Palm Beach and a certified arborist and all this type of thing. But the history is that it had been trimmed back each and every year. In summary, we love the design that Russ and his team have come up with. We would welcome your support of that design. We've noted the conditions that the staff has set forth, and we're okay with those. And I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, would the applicant like a rebuttal to the first comment? You're entitled to one, I think a 3-minute max.
Yeah, just a brief rebuttal. Two-story guest house structures exist not only along this street, there actually is one on the same side of this street, east of Olive, but I don't think it should make a difference whether it's east or west of Olive with respect to this historic district. It's whether or not two-story detached structures are present, common. You find them throughout El Cid. I found them on this street. I showed 4 examples of it. I think by strategically and in the way the code was written for historic structures and why you allow this bonus is the fact that when a detached structure is proposed to be expanded, it actually subtracts from what would be an otherwise larger addition to the primary home, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't provide bonus for the detached structure to be at least a minimum of 300 square feet, right? That's where the bonus kicks in. If it's not 300 square feet, you don't get that extra bonus. So we incentivize larger detached structures, and specifically two-story detached structures in El Cid and on the street are very common. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving into executive session.
I can start. I don't necessarily have any objection to moving the house closer to the street to reduce, to comply with the minimum setback requirement. I do think a circular drive, actually, prior to that gentleman speaking, I wrote down, you know, I always get hung up on those. I think that is out of character for the street. Then moving towards the house, I think that I appreciate the front porch roof. I personally think is kind of alien. Otherwise, you've done a fairly good job at retaining the front facade, and that's appreciated. And I know that this board has typically wanted second floor additions to happen at or past the ridge line in order to accommodate that second floor addition. That's typically when it's kind of a tighter site, where you're kind of fenced in on setback to setback. I think that an actual two-story addition free and clear of the footprint of the building could have worked here. I'm sure that maybe was an option that they've worked on. But right now, as this is presented, I find that the addition is consuming the historic structure. And I'm having some trouble digesting it. The two-story accessory structure in the back, quite frankly, I could care less. It's fine. I'm really struggling with the primary structure at this point.
I think there's a couple case studies, and I think the size of the lot is large, but there's a house on Edgewood that basically this same thing was done. And my understanding is that wasn't looked upon so favorably, and even maybe I'd actually been familiar with how it was, if and how it was approved at the hearing, but I can tell you in reality, it was not successful. And so this seems to be a replay of taking a two-story building and wearing a one-story building as a mask. It's making the one-story building just look like a shed porch is, I wouldn't call a sympathetic addition. There's another house, there's a few one-story houses north of here, and the one just off the top of my head is, I believe, 190 Sunset, which is a one-story on the street with a two-story addition towards the back, which you don't even really tell from the street. And I know there's a few others that are like one-story homes in the front, and they expand towards the back with an addition. I think like moving the house towards the street would help. I think that's a great idea, especially with given, you know, what you'll need to do for the foundations, raising it above the wave action. That's a great idea. I just think there was an opportunity there to hide the two-story addition better or add square footage on the lot in a different way. I'm trying to think about like how I would feel better about this one-story house with basically a lean-to porch. I mean, this two-story house with a lean-to porch as currently conceived. It's kind of, there's details that I think are, like, actually I'm really appreciative of bringing back the coins. I was actually a little dubious of it when I saw the renderings, but then I looked up the Google Street View and I saw the original, those were moved like 3 or 4 years ago, very recently. So I actually thought, I do appreciate bringing back the feel of the front of the house, but at the end of the day, I think the whole concept is a bit of a mask. I mean, the other thing, even placed where it is, like the main roof is competing with the roof below it. If even if the main roof is like the big two-story roof is broken up, that would even maybe change the perception that it's primarily two-story structure.
This is a small thing, but I agree with not putting the lattice on the foundation. I do not like that look either, so.
I actually agree with that.
Yeah, I would.
I'll just chime in that I'm in agreement with what everyone's said. I don't really have much to add to it because I think you hit the nail on the head, so to speak, with my feelings towards it as well. I would also say that compared to the streetscape, once you put the two-story structure on it, the massing of the house, I know that the neighbor mentioned the height, but the overall massing becomes by far the largest on the street for the streetscape that we've been provided for. And I think that the comments that we have, specifically just going back to the Secretary of Interior Standards, really relate to not complying with standards 9 and 10.
Is one of those the reversibility of the, basically this is not reversible.
Yep, so I'll just read it. The new additions shall be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. And I would say that this does not meet that standard.
I like Caleb's idea, though, about the house on Sunset.
Yeah,
where
190.
they did
There's
that.
a few other, I
Yeah.
think there's even one like Valencia, which I think is originally a one-story. I mean, there's a couple examples, but I think it
Just
bears
set
some,
a little further back,
Yeah.
the second story.
I think it bears some case study. I mean, examples of one-story houses that have been added to in the back.
Yeah, and the one, are you talking about the corner of Medina and well, that's not one story, that's two.
it's, it's between Medina and South Flagler on Valencia, I think.
And I think with the main point being, as was mentioned, that this is a lot that, especially with moving the house forward, that there are ways to still have this program that are carried out in a way that are in keeping with the Secretary of Interior standards. Where this has been done in the past, from what I can remember, and I've been on the board a while, they're on tighter lots, or those that were done were not successful, and those were quite a while back, the ones that I remember. And, I think we're learning, as we see some of these plans carried out too, as to what works and doesn't work.
Yep. Again, I think going along with what Caleb was saying, when I started, like, when reading the memo and moving the house, I thought it was exactly that, to allow for a more freestanding, almost clearly differentiated structure. And then when I saw that it was just an extraction of the ground floor up, and the true one-story portion remaining is ironically new construction, is the new addition. So.
Okay, it sounds like we're ready for a motion.
I can make a motion to continue the matter with the direction provided by this board. The primary gist of it is to have more of the existing one-story contributing structure prevail and be shown, keep its integrity. Russell, you understand the comments, and do you want 1 or 2 months deferral?
I understand the comments, but if you would allow me just one moment to consult with my client, because it's a wildly different program. Sure. It would considerably change the location and proximity of the home to the detached structure, as well as the lobbing off or cutting of trees that are specimen.
So we're in executive session,
Yeah.
so we're not having a rebuttal. You can consult with your client for a moment and then come back.
Okay, do you mind just give me 30 seconds to?
We can make a motion to continue to July, and he doesn't make it, he can
Then
postpone
you can
it.
talk to staff, yes.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if the client would want you to make a vote tonight so that they can consider other options, if that is an option for this board.
I think that we need to continue it for a month.
Just continue for a month.
Make a motion for 1 month deferral to the July 22nd, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Our next case is case number 25-38 for 518 33rd Street.
Yes, I'll explain.
Okay, we're starting a new case, so all discussion needs to move outside, please.
Good evening. For the record, David Lawrence with David Lawrence Architecture. I represent Nicole Van Lochtenberg for her house at 518 33rd Street. So first thing I'd like to do is talk a little bit about the street itself. It's a mixture of vernacular, med revival, and kind of 50s ranch-styled houses. I'd say the preponderance of the style on the street is probably med revival, seems to be the predominant style. But I would say one other thing too about the context is that 50% of the street is two-story, 50% one-story. So we're proposing a two-story. We think that, given the context, that that's in line with what's on the street and doesn't represent any kind of real departure. So you can see this is these are just some streetscape shots. This is the property itself. Initially, it was had a shingle cladding to it. When Ms. von Logdenberg bought it, it had been renovated due to severe termite damage 5 years prior, so a lot of the exterior cladding was not original, it was replacement. It didn't last 5 years. When she moved into it, it was leaking, it had water intrusion, mold. She received some bad advice. And they stuccoed it without a permit, and for which she is sorry for. And although my application does show that we leave it as stucco, I confer with the client, and we're willing to put the siding back as part of what we're proposing. What I'm also presenting today does represent some revisions. The staff report did recommend denial, and there were some items that we quite frankly missed. I think we will go through those items, and I think we've managed to address them. And if the board doesn't feel that we have satisfactorily, of course, we'll take a deferral. So this is the site plan. To the left, you can see, whoops, get that out of the way. To the left, you can see that the existing structure, which is just under 800 square feet, is pushed to the back of the site. Given the de minimis size of the existing structure, I think it's reasonable to assume that it was always in the back of somebody's mind when they built this that they were going to put something in front of it. Otherwise, you'd put this in the middle and you wouldn't do it like this. We did consult the Sanborn maps, and that was the original position, and we were not able to find that they ever constructed a structure in front of it. It just didn't happen. But I think that it doesn't make any logical sense to have built that far back if you didn't intend to add on to it. So that's what we're proposing to do here, is to put a two-story structure in the front. And so I'll go through the floor plan. We have living spaces, dining, kitchen downstairs, and 3 bedrooms upstairs. And that's the roof plans. This is the context part of our proposal. We didn't have the proper amount of context in our initial submittal. The drawing across the bottom is a new drawing that shows the streetscape, and as you can see in the streetscape, there are ample examples on this street of two-story structures, one immediately to the east of it, 2 immediately to the east of it, and we're skipping this one, 2 more to the west. So I think there's ample precedent on the street for building a two-story building. So this gets back to the original structure. Even though the preponderance of the street is Med Revival, we tried to take our clues from what's on the site itself. So we felt that a Med Revival building didn't seem appropriate given what was on the site. So we took our clues from that, and as I mentioned before, we're willing to put this, as you can see, this existing door was probably not new. All the windows that were there before were aluminum. So we're willing to, if we need to put muttons in to kind of get us back to closer to where we were, we're more than willing to do that, of course. So this is the proposed structure, and what we try to do with this is, break the mass down a bit with these a hip and then a gable. So, take this and break it into smaller elements so that, with the porch to not, to soften it on the streetscape. So, and if you can see the houses that are along the street, they're broken up elements. So we try to take our clues from that and duplicate that as well. This is the rear of the structure here. So what we're trying to do is we took our nod from the building in the back, and we're doing the simulated siding up top and then stucco on the bottom. This is the side view. And this shows you some of our color palette. We're showing asphalt shingles, which was what was there. And this, see if I can enlarge this, because this represents the changes that we made, which we took 1'5" out of the structure from what's in your packet. So we reduced the second floor by 3 inches. We took out basically 6 inches out of the ceiling height here, and we typically provide a 6-inch gap to allow for lighting to work. We'll take that out and we'll work with it because we needed to get to the 20 feet. And you can see that this revised proposal with the 1'3" out of it complies with the height requirement as well as the 20-foot side wall requirement. So that represents what we did to change to comply with the rules, and we apologize for missing that. Let's see. It was mentioned that we didn't submit a window and door schedule, but we did. I don't know, there was some kind of a computer problem, but our submitted hard copies will show that we did submit it. But what we did in addition to this is that we added that we're going to use a PGT wind guard, white aluminum window with the non-flat profile muntins, clear glass on the front, low E in the back, the standard things that are stock for what you guys approve. So, and then these are the renderings of the front. And as you can see, we tried to break the massing up a little bit to give it some life. And this is the back. And I would like to go over the staff, the things that we did in this amended proposal to comply with some of the comments that staff had why they recommended denial. As I mentioned before, we increased the amount of context elevations. I forgot to mention one other thing. Because this is SF and not MF, the back structure can't have a kitchen, and we added on the site plan that the kitchen will be deleted out of the existing structure, the existing structure. So we added that notation. They said there were no notations on the elevations, but for some reason, the one that we show with all the detail didn't seem to make it into what they had, and that's how we do it, but we won't do that anymore. So we put it all on there, and and basically it's what I've described to you. We updated the data sheet to reflect the things that were incorrect, and the wind and door schedule we amended just to show what manufacturer we were using, and we agreed that they wanted us to put the siding back. We'll put the siding back. We corrected the height issues that were part of why they recommended denial, and the wall requirements have been met. Now, one of the comments that was in the staff report was that the proposed structure overwhelmed the existing structure, and I would contend that given, as I said before, the de minimis size of the existing building, its positioning in the back, I think it was always intended that there would be something in front of it, and that it would have a much more secondary place on the site, and that there would be something nice in front of it. And I hope that we've tried to create something nice in front of it. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Okay. We'll actually go to the staff report now, and then we'll
Sure,
do
of course, I'm
questions.
sorry. Yes, of course.
Again, Ann Volsey, planner for the record. HPB case number 25-38 for COA and ad valorem tax exemption pre-construction at 518 33rd Street. The request is for the construction of the two-story, 2,087 square foot residential structure to serve as a primary structure, and also removing the additional, or the kitchen that is existing in existing structure, and a retroactive approval for the removal of the damaged shake shingle siding on the existing contributing structure. As the applicant stated, they do agree with replacing it, so I'm not necessarily going to spend much time on this portion of the request. Okay, so site photos, just to show the structure as it existed is in the blue, and as it is now is in white with the stucco. We were able to pull historic records indicating that that shingle had existed, throughout since it was built, or at least from when it was done for the green card. As stated by the applicant, the existing structure is very far back from the front property line, approximately, I believe, 87 feet back. This is just illustrating where the existing structure or the proposed structure is going to be relatively, in relativity to the existing structure. Here's how it complies with the zoning and land development regulations. The applicant is seeking a lot coverage exception of 4%, as mentioned in the staff report from section 94-85E. Which would allow for that increase. So just to show what version 1 versus version 2 look like. So the changes were in the overall height reduction. The version 1 showed 25.3, which exceeded the code by 3 inches. They've corrected it, and I believe now it's at 24. And they also reduced the first floor height, and as well as the wall height at the site setback has been reduced. And this is just a visual on what those changes were between version 1 that was initially submitted and version 2 that was submitted in response to the staff report. And this is the east elevation. And just to show the different notations that staff was asking for based on what we had received or what we found in our records versus what the applicant had provided us. And, sorry. And this is the rendering as well as the streetscape, or the updated streetscape. And based on version 1, staff did recommend denial, and I have updated the some of the concerns just to show, based on the staff report, my analysis, which showed a lot of the comments or concerns have been addressed in the green, which is the first 3, for the most part, are relating to sufficiency. The applicant has addressed the streetscape comment, the note on the plans showing that the oven will be removed from the existing structure. They have increased the notations on the elevations. Staff would like to note that any standard window comments would be applicable, such as glazing, muttons, and so forth. They have provided an updated project data table, including all existing and proposed metrics, which will also be further reviewed during building permits. So for the condition number 5 and condition, condition number 5, staff has not had the time to look into the window and door schedules, as the new version was provided to us on Monday, I believe. Friday? Yeah, so Friday afternoon. So staff had not had the time to review fully what had been changed within the window and door schedule. There was a note stating that the proposed 2-story structure overshadows the existing structure, just as a topic of discussion, because it is a contributing structure that is in the rear, and maybe visibility is important That's just for the board to decide. And condition number 6, which is about the siding, the applicant has said that the owners are willing to replace it. The building height has been addressed, the wall height as a setback has been addressed, and again, the fenestration and the window and door schedule will have to be reviewed. And staff feels confident that the applicant could provide the corrections at a staff level if the board allows. That concludes staff's presentation.
So just to clarify, you're saying that your denial or staff's recommendation of denial could be changed if certain conditions were met?
If the board would like to impose conditions based on staff's concerns within the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Is there an idea of how many non-contributing structures are in front of contributing structures in this or any? I guess this could be for staff or the applicant. Has there been a case study of how many non-contributing structures are in front of a contributing structure?
No, we did not look into, at least staff did not look into that. But it is common that we see that certain structures are designated while others aren't on the same lot. So it could be reversed, that the primary structure
Wasn't
is or isn't versus the rear structure being and being designated. And
During the time that I've sat on this board, it's usually the main the structure in the back is the
right.
one that's not.
Right. No, that makes sense. I'd just be curious how idiosyncratic this would be.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very rare.
I would think so. I would think so, but I'm just curious. I can see why this is a special case, and so I'd be curious to know if there's been any other case studies.
that's good to note. I can look into that too.
I have
in the packet that I'm looking at, with all green address comments, so just what these plans are uploaded on the 20th, does that reflect the current application?
No, so the packet only includes version 1.
Yeah, I think you might want to consider continuing it. It sounds like there's a lot of stuff that needs to be
So that,
or added.
so all the drawings that are complying with some of yours, we haven't reviewed.
Correct, because the packet went out Friday.
Should we be hearing it?
I think that
There are two things that we could do. Or we review the presentation today as we are reviewing it. If we feel comfortable with this and we decide to approve it, can be approved as presented. Or if we don't feel comfortable, we need another month to keep reviewing it.
I would also say that I think that the alterations that have been made, at least in my understanding, because I did speak with staff ahead of the meeting, a lot of it is like the overall mass, like that they took height out of it, which helps with the scale, and I think that that's shown in staff's report. But I would like to give feedback on what we do see today, so that if we continue it, they can take into account like all of our comments. I do have one quick question. Do we know what the original fenestration was on the rear structure? I know that before it was like 6/6 windows. I'm looking on Google Street Views and it looks like there's one that's 6/1 and another that's 6/6. And I'm just, because now we have a 3/1 pattern that's proposed that's different. I'm just wondering what was actually there originally on that structure.
No, we weren't able to locate any of the records. And at least for the permits, I haven't looked into what had been previously permitted, and a lot of them have been changed without permits, so prior to this current owner.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff or the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone here for public comment? Does not look like it.
There was someone here, but she had to leave.
Okay.
Her comment was basically about the architecture. I believe her reference was more so the boxiness of it, and she did have concerns, but she did not see this particular presentation. I believe she's referring to the previous application by the same property owner by a different designer. So.
Well, it was not a designer, without a designer.
Right.
Now at least we
Yeah, so
we
she
move
just had
forward with
concerns,
an
wanted to
architect.
see what this was about, essentially, so. But she's not here right now, but wanted to put that into the record. I'm not sure what her name was, though. She's a neighbor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know that we need a rebuttal since there was no. Do you need 3 minutes to have any kind of rebuttal to the staff report?
No, I just would say that the one coverage exception, we're only asking for 1 percentage point. So we're not, we were up to, we would be allowed up to, I think, 3 percentage points, and we're only asking for 1, so it's very, very minimal.
Thank
And
you.
we're removing the existing shed structure that was also somehow done without a permit, so that's gone as well. As far as the Mutton patterns, you know, we thought aesthetically the 3/1 looked nice. If you want 6/1, we're fine with that as well. But it seems to be with this style of architecture, you tend to have a 3/1 or a 6/1, not tend to see 6/6. But if that's what it takes to get approved, we'll do what's your pleasure. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, going into executive session.
So I didn't find that it was compatible with the existing one-story structure on site. I think it may have improved based on the presentation. And then I looked at it through the lens of forgetting about the historic structure and just looking at it in terms of the street. And I think that it doesn't, the drawings in our package don't fit well with the streetscape. Maybe some of it has to do with interior design choices, I mean spatial layout, which is causing awkward primary facade window orientation.
The stair.
Usually putting a stair in a front facade is you're emphasizing that, and it becomes a turret or a tower feature, and the windows illustrate that you're vertically ascending from ground 1 to ground 2. That wouldn't be very practical or characteristic of this style of architecture. So I immediately think the stair needs to be interior and at least fake some windows on the primary facade. Else you're going to have a very dark interior space. That's just kind of some design advice, but it does lead to the one facade facing the street. I don't like the idea of the 2 curb cuts on the street. I know that there's others that have it. It's almost like maybe the floor plan would benefit from an engaged, some form of porte-cochere or garage for one car to make it more visually interesting on the primary facade, because there's some rather interesting structures on the street. And then in finale, I'm glad that I think I caught that he was going to reintroduce the siding to the contributing structure in the rear. Did I catch that correctly? So that's good.
I don't think that, right. You are reintroducing it.
We're going to put the siding back on.
On the contributing structure. Oh, and then I missed that. That's very exciting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I caught that.
So you still have it?
Yeah. So I would like the original siding to be restored on the one-story structure. I don't like the siding on the second floor only of the new structure. There's not a roof plan, but the roof seemed complicated for basically a box. I don't know. That's what I have to start with. Oh, and I don't like the entryway.
Yeah, I think, riffing off the roof, I think it could be simplified for like that gable on the front can be removed because it doesn't relate to anything. It relates to the windows, but it doesn't relate to a mass behind it. It's like a floating gable. I mean, if you wanted, I feel like you could do that. If you really want to do something, you could do a shed dormer or do something like that, or extend the eaves or add some brackets. I don't know. If you want to differentiate that, there's a way, but I think the gable just looks like it's not relating to anything. I do think the windows on the first story looks like the head heights all like jump up and down as you go around the building. I think it's like the rear facade actually looks like, from what I'm looking at, that the windows are at a good placement. I think they should all be alignment. Like the front door might actually be too tall also. There's something about this house that just feels very high-waisted, and maybe it's that stair window, which you can easily put a window in front of a stair. It's done all the time. You're going to get plenty of light. It can be a fake window as well, but you already got plenty of light from the upper stories, so it'll be nice. I just think it needs a few tweakings. Considering the design on its own merits, like not even thinking that it's in front of an other house. I mean, I think with those things it could be okay. I do think the front door is a little too tall. It's like that. Is that an 8-foot door? It's like it wants a transom, but it doesn't have one. It's like sometimes when you see doors like this, the transom's fixed and it's an 80-inch door, or like, something like that, where and you get the alignments with the windows at an 8-foot height. But right now it looks like the lock rail's in a weird spot. There's just a lot of like little things that kind of make it feel like very high-waisted and boxy.
So it sounds like nobody has a problem with the historic structure being in the back of the lot. So that's, I think, good news and a big, important point.
Yeah, I think it's a really unique case.
Yeah.
When we talk about like lots that kind of force your hand as a certain way to develop it, there's literally nowhere else to like develop the structure and for them to use the property in the way that other people can use their property, like in that way. So I am in support of, because of the uniqueness.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's no other alternative.
Yeah.
But I do think that there should be the conditions that they're required to put the siding back on and restore the historic nature of and respect the nature of that home.
Yeah. I would also like to see muttons put back on that structure. And whether it's 6/1 or 6/6, I think either of those like light patterns are more characteristic of what would have been seen in the rear accessory structure, and to put those back and to tie the structures a little bit more together and pay homage to, I do not think that it was 3/1 before. So, that's a little thing. I think we've had a lot of commentary on the design of the structure, the proposed structure.
And I agree with James' comment as far as the siding on the exterior of the new building. I don't like the two mediums.
Does anyone else have additional feedback, or are we ready for a motion? Okay. May we have a motion?
I move the board to continue this case to the July 22nd, 2025 meeting.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We will see you next month. All right, and we have our final case of the evening at 709 Canoga Drive, case 25-39.
What'd your clients decide to do? Didn't you say they didn't know if they wanted to go on with the case or something?
They'll follow the board's recommendation of continuance.
I just didn't know if they were just gonna like, it sounded like they were.
They were a little upset, but at the same time,
Gotcha.
we'll try to work on it. Good evening again. Dr. Russell Rosicki, representing the interest of Mark and Betsy Mitchell, who are moving to the area, 709 Canoga Drive. It's another frame vernacular, but this one has a bungalow craftsman vibe to it in the Flamingo Park Historic District. Our proposed scope of work is to add a rear covered porch onto what is a proposed rear first-story addition. It's a small addition, single story. And then also to convert the attic to habitable space, which is a unique one. In my time having watched the board, I haven't seen others present this, but at the same time, I think it's fitting to this structure and this street and this neighborhood. Here's the lot from an aerial map. Lot of historic designated structures here. Frame vernacular is very common. What this home is basically exemplified by, historically speaking, is this large roof that splays over the single-story home. It has siding, horizontal siding on it, which I believe is cypress. This home specifically is in incredible condition, historically speaking. It's been maintained over the years. The exterior is in great shape. The interior of the windows and the framing on the exterior of those windows and trims are in great shape. You'll see some photos here. What they'd like to do, you'll see some awnings shown in these photos. They'd like to remove these awnings. They're very sheltering to the structure. These are not original awnings. They're metal awnings. Here's a few more photos. It has an existing chimney, which will remain. The main roof line stays the same. Siding makes its way up to the peak of the gable where there's gable end vents. We are proposing a window at each end for egress requirements for the habitable space to have egress without extruding from the roof line for egress reasons. You're seeing a pre-existing setback over here where there's a very narrow kitchen off of the back of the home. So our proposed addition is to expand the kitchen for the addition, as well as make for a larger primary bedroom suite. Here's photos in the attic. Basically, I can stand up there with a few extra feet above my head. So without having to add on to consume the backyard or start to approach the detached structure that's currently on the property, two-story detached structure. It was the client's interest and also my recommendation to convert the attic into habitable space. Here's our proposed plot plan. So you're seeing a proposed conversion of the attic. It's not obviously the entire attic because you can't stand under the entire attic. 365 square feet, and then we have small single-story additions off the rear with a proposed covered patio off the rear. You're seeing the existing perimeter of the structure and the existing perimeter of the attic here. What you're seeing is the dashed lines represent direct removal of windows with exception to the and windows and doors with exception to the front door, which is original and also has an original wood framed screen element. To accomplish the single story rear addition, we had to remove part of the rear wall as you normally would when you place rear additions onto homes. And in this case, we incorporate a stair basically where the core of the home is. Here's the proposed design. Basically walk in, all windows and doors for, I don't know, 3/4 of the home remain within their current locations. What's unique to this home, and I find it to be original based on the windows that are currently there, is that it has a sliding window, a wood sliding window within a wood sash that then has this faux framed trim work that makes it appear as single hung windows from the front elevation. We'd like to keep that and make for impact sliders. I'll just say here now with respect to this plan, because you start to see the labeling of the windows, we're requesting to replace with impact rated windows and doors of exact kind and nature and size and sash and frame and Muntin profile. But why I say exact is sometimes we don't get the luxury of finding in a very good historically preserved home. So the actual framing, or jambs, I should say, right? Because you remember these old windows, when they're single hung, they have dumb waiters in the hollow sections next to the window, right? So those voids would get filled with wood, bucks call them, and we would replace the new impact window within its exact wood framed surround. So the wood frame surrounds, the trims on the outside, the trims on the inside, including the sills, the casing, all around remain, and the impact window fits within the existing framework. And we have a narrow frame for the sashes to allow that to happen. So if you look at the front elevation comparatively, the awnings are removed because they just feel too sheltered within the home. It's actually extremely shading. We would like to consider in the future some fabric awnings, but right now we're removing those awnings. For the north elevation, which is the rear, you're starting to see the proposed addition where we emulate a reverse gable coming out for the expansion space by the kitchen with a shed roof that helps for watershed between those two roofs. You're seeing a cross-section here showing the elevationally of the stair and how it reaches the minimum habitable head height clearance upstairs. And then you kind of have those knee walls or crawl spaces at each side, which we're locating air handlers in to serve air to the north and south side of the home. Very little patch and repair of the siding, but it will match in kind with a clear cypress wood, as you see on these elevations before and after, or existing and proposed. The kitchen is actually located over here, which is the reason for the elevating of this specific window at the sink. Here's the existing and proposed roof plan. As you can see, primarily it all remains the same with exception to the rear addition that's being proposed. And there is a little skylight proposed at the rear, which would only be visible from the rear. So we did a precedent study to explore other homes that were framed vernaculars of similar style, and we found that second floor or habitable attics were somewhat common. They're not like the majority of the structures, but there are some that are in the frame vernacular with craftsman influence that we found. The Pella Reserve series again, we would again like the wood-clad interiors, and we would have the aluminum on the outside. A request by my client for resilience reasons, they really wanted a metal roof, and staff had made a recommendation, although it would be less than common to have an anodized mill finish or a standing seam metal roof on this, like you'd see on a typical Craftsman. We would accept that if the board didn't like our proposal, which is Westlake metal shingle roof. Basically, it's called the Granite Ridge series. I brought a sample here today. It's a galvanized metal with an asphalt granular top coating that gets applied to it. It looks like an architectural shingle, has the same size and shape and proportion, has a 50-year warranty. It's rated for a very high uplift in comparison to a standard asphalt shingle. The client wants a metal roof. She's asking the board for that permission. And again, whether it's an anodized mill finish or this, they would prefer this because the home would look more historic and original. We believe the home to have had asphalt shingles upon it. But Anne has, made her recommendation, and we look to the boards for your opinion. Here's a few images of this Westlake Granite Ridge on some pictures that we took from the company's website. And then here's the conditions. The existing front door shall remain, if determined by staff to be historic original. We plan to keep the front door, so that was always in our drawings. The standing seam metal roof and an anodized mill finish, that's what I just talked about. We do prefer what you're seeing here, but we would like to conversate about that. Window T1 shall be removed entirely. I want to bring reference to this window because this is the client's dream. She does not want this window to be removed. Sorry, this slide here is, this PowerPoint's not moving so fast. So the window actually occurs above the kitchen door and side lights, and you'll see it in the rear elevation. It just makes a little peekaboo. This is not visible from the street. This is for her enjoyment, where she has a vaulted ceiling in the kitchen and a vaulted ceiling in her porch area. I think vaulting or sloping and seeing ceiling slope is very craftsmanlike. I feel like celebrating that with a window transom to view through that vaulting on both sides is a beautiful design. We request that not to be a component for a condition of approval. Cedar or cypress siding shall be used for the repairs or infilling. Yes, we agree with that. And we shall work with staff during the construction process to photographically document the windows and doors before they're replaced and after they're replaced to ensure compliance. We also agree with that. Thank you so much.
Again, and we'll see for the record, HPV case number 25-39 for a COA and ad valorem tax exemption pre-construction at 709 Canuga Drive. Russell did a great job presenting the facts of the case. Just gonna go over the request to refresh. It's a conversion of 365 square feet of attic space into habitable space, a small addition on the northwest side of the contributing structure, a small addition on the southwest side, on the south side of the contributing structure. Here is the proposed site plan. Illustrating the small additions as well as the habitable space being converted. Okay. And then the compliance to the ZLDR of the site plan. And just to highlight that the applicant is seeking the lot coverage exemption of 4% relating to the kitchen. Actually, it's the side setback. Yes, sorry. It's the side setback exception relating to the kitchen. Okay. And just to show the proposed elevations, north and south. As well as east and west. And based on the findings, staff recommends approval with conditions, as staff finds that the petition meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation in Section 94-49C3 and the additional criteria in Section 94-49C4 of the City of West Palm Beach Zoning and Land Development Regulations with the following. So the applicant stated that that condition number 1, the front door will remain, so that is no longer applicable. Staff had recommended that the standing seam metal roof be anodized mill finish, and that should be installed over the entire structure. That is typically what we do for the properties in the historic district requesting metal roofs. So that would just be in line with being consistent with what we've done in the past. Window T1 being removed entirely and wood siding being installed in its place was a condition that was discussed with me, with the consultant, and that was a recommendation. Cedar or cypress siding shall be used for the repairs or infilling. The applicant stated that they would comply with that, and the applicant will work with staff during the construction permitting process to ensure that the windows and doors are compliant, and that additional information will be provided at that time. Thank you. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Can I see the roof sample? Oh, gosh.
Please.
And that's the size of the sheet for the tiles that you want?
Yeah, and then it locks together.
I got it. Okay.
Any other questions? All right. I can tell there is no public comment here. Anything to read into the record? All right. Seeing none, Russell, do you need any kind of rebuttal to the staff report? All right, great. Moving into executive session.
I like the roof better than the standing seam.
Say again?
I like this roof better than standing seam for that house.
I kind of agree. I don't have an issue with the window that the owner wants. It's underneath the roof in the back
I agree
facade,
too.
so I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, I don't know, transomy window in the rear, and that's fine, that's cool, that roof material. But on their drawings, they show a different roof material for the addition. And I wonder, Anand, would it be uniform? All that, or you still want some distinguished, so there's some part that's standing seam?
Yeah, to answer your question, there is some part that's standing seam to distinguish between what would be the primary massing and what would be the addition.
And what color?
If this roof was requested across the whole addition as well as the main home, that would be acceptive to us.
That would be fine, okay.
Have you ever used that roof?
No.
I have to say, I think the roof material, it's like a copy of, I don't know, I think it's a compromise. I wouldn't want to see more of this roofing material being used. I'd rather see standing seam, I think. I don't know, it's my reaction to it. I'm like still coming around to things like Duraslate and Durashake, which I think can be like those kind of compromises on actual roof materials, but I don't know if I'd call asphalt shingle like a traditional roofing material that we're trying to emulate. I think I can see it looking like asphalt shingle, maybe going away, but I think conceptually I have a hard time wrapping my head around it.
I think you might read the horizontal lines like very strongly compared to asphalt shingle. Like, I actually think you will read it quite differently in person, not the actual material of it, but the way that the shadow line is so significant as you go horizontal. And then you don't read those like vertical divisions because, well, they don't really exist. They like come off, you know what I mean? They're gentler.
As far as like the style of the home, I think standing seam on basically a craftsman style vernacular is perfectly normal, especially in South Florida.
Yeah, I actually agree, Caleb.
The other thing I wanted to ask, and this is just a general, because by the way, that slider window you mentioned sounded so cool, and so I'm a bit of a sucker for original windows. What's been our take of late of preserving original wood windows at least on the front facades?
I think I'm probably the best person to answer this because I've been here the longest. Like 10 years ago, it was policy to retain original front-facing windows, like whenever humanly possible. There was a lot of pushback to that, and this was during Ms. Mittner's time. And so there was a revision to the window and door policy that basically says that if you replace like for like, that's not a board decision, that's a staff review, and it's perfectly acceptable, really because we had so many applications coming before the board that dealt with impact windows. And so now, to be in keeping with our window and door policy as it is currently written, and what we've done on other projects, you are able to change out front-facing windows, original front-facing windows.
So when they try to change the wood windows, right? The problem was insurance, hurricane impact and energy. So we got to a point that we couldn't defend it anymore.
Yeah.
But it's preferable.
Of course.
It's preferable to keep them.
Of course. Yeah.
I mean,
No.
No, I understand. Because then let's just say we go, and I'm sure these pillow windows are just fine. I'm not sure I feel just having regular like sash windows or whatever in that opening is probably just fine without trying to have trying to do some slider gimmick with a manufactured product that really won't match the reality of that custom window that is going to be replaced. I mean, that's the beauty of those kind of windows is that they're all made for the house. They were not made in a factory somewhere, it's a bit of a double-edged sword now, especially in South Florida. I'm sure the replacements are fine. It's just I don't know if we need to match the sliding function.
I think it all depends on how it's replaced, right? Because, I mean, we have done on like true preservation projects where the client's like really in it. You can get window manufacturers to make custom wood windows that but that's like that's like everyone has to be committed to the cause in every way possible. So I don't want to say, I don't want to put that out of the realm of possibility if that's something that your client would consider. But I do wonder if we could leave it with staff to review the final window shop drawing, because staff has gotten maybe more rigorous, or they've asked for more detail relating to like the orders for windows and doors at the time of permitting, which is different from how it's been in the past. So I just wonder if like, I don't know if you want to speak to it, but if that is something that you would be open to having in your purview, or if it's really better for us to decide one way or another.
Staff feels comfortable reviewing it internally at a staff level.
Okay.
And we have the help of our consultant as well.
Yes, we can review it. However, I think for this particular window, I think the issue is a slider. The original is a slider. If you are okay with changing it to a different style, we would like to hear from that. The applicant is suggesting to keep the slider. So we'd like your input on, do you want to keep the slider, or are you okay with changing?
I think the ideal is if it's a window replacement, and look, I think all the architects on this board fully understand like the resources required to make this happen for, let's call it an atypical unit. If your client and you as the architect are committed to replicating this window and getting something that really closely matches what is there originally, that's preferable. But if you cannot, or it's cost prohibitive, then we would rather see a different window type than like a horizontal slider going in. Is that, Caleb?
Yeah,
do you
I think
agree?
that's a great way of putting
Okay.
it. Because because if you put in like a pellet slider, the subsequent generations are not going to think this was a cool window that you're replicating. The only thing that'll be cool is the reality of something that was custom made, basically.
Can I speak to this? Because I just want to
Yes.
say my statement to that. So what's unique here is the client has specifically engaged me to come up with a unique, clever, not done before solution to have standard impact windows, because what we think about with impact windows is how small the sashes are in comparison to the wood frame windows, right? And then you got this frame, which is aluminum. So I'm not just going to take this frame and put it within the old frames and keep the frames that are there. What I would do is, within the space allotted for the frame, I would ask the contractor to use an angle grinder to cut out the space to sort of recess the aluminum frame so that only the sash of the window shows, and then it would replicate what's there. Otherwise, the alternative would be you'd have to rip that whole gut out, all the guts out, right? That's why I said the hollow dumbwaiter portion. So
No, I think I understand.
do you understand what I'm saying? Like an
Would that
angle
void
grinder.
the warranty of a manufactured product?
Well, it would be bucked to a standard buck, and you would just have the trim in front and behind.
Okay.
So you're angle grinding out a strip that follows the head, the stiles, and the sill, and essentially you're recessing the frame so that you only see the sash, which is what you see today.
That sounds, I don't know, I'm open to a creative solution. That sounds cool.
Okay, I would like to make it a condition that staff reviews it. So you can communicate with staff about your solution. They've certainly spent a lot of time reviewing this case. All right, I think we're ready.
What do we want to do for the roof?
Oh,
So I guess that is a standing seam metal roof.
split?
I don't know if need to be mill finish. Do you have a preference?
I think staff prefers mill finish,
Yeah,
is that
staff
correct?
prefers mill finish. I don't know.
We're
that
okay
that
with the standing seam roof. We personally thought that just wouldn't get approved, but we are okay with that. And I have used it on other craftsman styled homes before in this district, and this board has already approved that previously on another job.
We've approved this? Well,
No, you've approved a standing
Oh,
seam
okay.
anodized mill finish before on a project that I was a part of.
Thank you. But Peg, you're in favor of this product. And I think I heard someone else was as well. So are we split?
I like that. Standing seam for me.
Okay.
I think that's the neat product, but I'm worried about how they attach together. And again, it's something that's trying to look like something that it isn't, which I just have an issue with.
Well, the reason that I ask is somebody use it because it looks cool, but I don't know that we should use it, to experiment with
Yeah.
the new material.
Yeah, when there's another solution available. Well, I would say whoever wants to try the motion can give it a go one way or another.
I'll make a motion. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 2539 for ad valorem pre-construction additions alterations in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city's land and zoning development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of the request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance. The Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and the additional compatibility criteria set forth in 9449. The conditions include the following 5 conditions as itemized in the staff memo, with an emphasis that the standing seam metal roof and mill finish shall be installed over the entire structure, and a modification of condition 3, window T1 shall be allowed to remain as presented.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
You want to add a condition for the staff to review the windows details? Or it's not necessary?
And that the applicant shall work with staff about a true and proper replacement of the primary facade sliding windows, subject to the review and approval of staff.
Sounds great. All right, second?
Second.
Someone? We have a second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, may we have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you next month.
Thank you.